Islam, boy. What you said?
No,
Everything's good, Spot. What you said?
No, man. Hey, I got you chilling. You know. Yeah.
For real.
I missed that call. I was out there trying to make the smoothie real quick.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. You gotta get something in you, yo. You know how bars go.
Man.
Start getting on this stuff and lose your whole day.
Word.
Yeah, yo. How's the weather out there with y'all?
It's raining, man. It's been raining for the last 3 days.
For real. Okay.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it hasn't been too bad out here. Starting to get snow's getting rid of, and you know, it's starting to warm up a little bit.
Still snow there?
No, just on the ground or whatever. It hasn't snowed here for about maybe about a week or so.
Oh, the snow pretty melted.
Yeah, we're pretty much there, almost melted.
Hey, I was reading the Buck Act. You ever heard of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just reading that, man. I was looking up in the Black's Law to see if I found like federal area, and I couldn't find it.
Looking for what?
Federal area, because it said oh, maybe it's under area. It said, wait, let me read it. It says right here, the rest of the taxing law is found in the the rest of the taxing law is found in the Internal Revenue Code. The Social Security Board has also created a federal area overlay. And then it has case, I think it says 4U.S.C, section 110. The term state includes the territorial possession of the United States. So I was just looking at that.
Yeah.
Trying to see. I don't know. That's what I was just looking at.
Yeah, man. There's so much info out there, you know, that we never been privy to.
Yeah.
That, you know, once you start studying, you start realizing why we're so far behind.
It's crazy, man. It's like I come home and like on Wednesday when I was talking to Sister Raj, and she was just dropping hints, and I'm just trying to catch up to what Sister Anna Il was saying just like 5 weeks ago. Like I'm still that far back trying to figure things out.
Right. But I mean that's why we go from recognizing what the principles are. You know. Yeah. So once you recognize the principles, then you'll be able to see the game better. Because everything, even the fraudulent stuff that they're doing, is based on principles.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
people are doing it to themselves.
Yeah. Which comes back to what Drew Ali was saying. You know, that it's the Moors. You know, I traveled in the South and I checked the conditions there, and it's our people that continue to mess with this uncivilized position.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then want some type of respect or want some type of appreciation when you don't deserve it because you're uncivilized. You know? Yeah. And then blame people that are civilized for not accepting uncivilized behavior.
Yeah.
You know, instead of prejudice, racism, you know, the at risk and ADHD and whatever like that, when that has nothing to do with any of that. It has to do with we hexed ourselves. Because, you know, calling ourselves black is a spell. Calling ourselves Negro is a spell. You know, it's not just some word that you're using. You're putting yourself in hell doing that.
It's be lack. Be lack. It's like blessing.
Yeah.
Like when you say bless means to sacrifice in blood. So how are you gonna say be less?
Yeah.
Like that's telling somebody to be less. Like,
right. Exactly.
Don't bless me, man. Bless your damn self.
Exactly. We don't need it to be blessed.
Yeah, I don't want to be blessed.
Straight.
It's just seeing the way, you know, our people act, man. It's just crazy to me. Like I just posted up. I didn't do it yet, but I got a picture that I'm gonna be posting up on my Instagram.
Yeah.
Cause you know, like I drop knowledge on Instagram. I try to.
Right.
And it's just of a picture of like a Asiatic, and then she has the straight hair, and then there's a picture next to it of like one of these Albions with the fro.
Yeah.
It just like when you look at it, it really doesn't make sense because you don't see none of our sisters act natural.
Right.
And then you don't see the opposite. You know what I mean? You don't see these so-called white girls having their hair all like puffy. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like people, but they don't see that. You tell them this, and it's like they don't really pay attention to it. They like trying to get these girls to go back to like studying and try to help them out is kind of like they're the furthest things from wanting to learn anything about anything, and that's fallen humanity.
Right. And that's why Drew Ali said, "Go get them."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because that's the integral part to the freedom.
It's about time, man. We start really pushing for these women to get up, to get their head straight. Because the more I see coming up, especially in my generation, it's like no woman really wants to get any information. They're too busy trying to find a husband, and they're too busy going out to the club, doing this and doing that, when they don't even realize that they could free themselves just by getting knowledge of self.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But again too, it's a catch-22 because man's position is to always try to impress her.
Yeah.
Right? And instead of put her on some knowledge, right? And women's position is, they want to be appreciated and accepted. So they go to these places. They wear certain stuff. They have hair a certain way. They get caught up in the if you want to say the lower self. Because majority of these sisters that's thinking, oh, I'm beautiful because I have Maybelline or because I have a weave or perm or whatever. They can't even comprehend their beauty being natural. It's not even something that's in their mind that if I have an afro, I can braid it, I can still do stuff with it. If I have locks, I can still, and then even though there's people out there who are an example for them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
By showing them, well, you could do this. You know what I mean? You could have, like, how many sisters we know rep Lauryn Hill to the death, but they still got perms and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
It's just that disconnection with the mind.
Right. And that disconnect, it's getting to a point where that disconnect is becoming unconnectable for some people.
Damn.
It's getting to that stage because remember, since Drew Ali's time, Allah was stepping in.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because they don't want to accept him. So, now you're at the mercy of the ancestors and whatever spirits and whatever else that's around here to slap you around.
And is that true, man? It's literally that true. This is spiritual.
Yeah.
This is really spiritual. You can't get out of the fact that this is something spiritual. And what's going to happen to these people is something that's divine. Really, it's as crazy as it sounds. It's going to be something divine because they're parasites.
Yeah.
They're cancers to this planet. They don't even. Man.
Well, so remember, because of the spell, right?
Yeah.
The parasitic payback that the original parasites are supposed to get, they're not going to get because our people accepted that parasitic position.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Our people accepted being pale people by calling themselves black.
Black, yeah.
So if you're pale, then you're going to get the judgment for everything that pale people did on the planet.
Because you're accepting that title, you're accepting that.
Right,
so
you're accepting that name as you. So, all right, if you really want to be the pale people, you know what I mean? Like, right? It's like we say we know the atrocities and the things that they've done in history since they came onto the planet. Right? We know what they did. They know what they did. They say what they did. Right?
Yep.
But they never put that on themselves. They always talk like, the colonizers did, and the Inquisitionists did, and the black nobility, and they never say we the whatever did this to those people called whatever. They always play, third party, pointing at something. Oh yeah, they did it. When that they're pointing at is them.
Yeah.
To get themselves out of the way of the blade.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
They don't want to be looked at as the bad ones.
Yeah. And they,
yeah.
No, I was gonna say that that's not wrong. Who wants to be looked at as the bad ones? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
if you line up 10 brothers that's in the streets or whatever, one of them's gonna snitch on everybody. Because who's getting caught up with 10 years, 15 years or whatever with these guys?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Forget that. You know what I mean? Why? You know what I mean? I only been in this 2 years. There's brothers that's made 50 million or whatever. You know what I mean? But you guys are lining me up like I'm hardcore criminal. I ain't no criminal. I just started selling drugs or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Man's gonna snitch, no doubt. But that's where we're at. So, like I was talking with a brother earlier today. You know what I mean? Because we're talking about, suing them and whatever and getting back what we have to get back or whatever the case is. I'm telling them, if we're gonna sue them, we might as well sue ourselves.
Pretty much.
We've been in error just as much as they've been in error. But we're not gonna come at ourselves.
We've been in error from the jump because if we didn't create them, then we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in right now.
Right.
And that's something that that's something that surprisingly a lot of Europeans they accept. They don't. It's not like they refuse that part of history. Like you tell them and you drop the knowledge. Because I have a lot of friends that I tell them, and they're European, and they're like, oh, it's something that they kind of. It's not like that bad for them. Like they kind of understand that part. They don't understand the implications of it, but they accept it. They're like, yeah, man, we all came from Africa. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah. And all that information, like for example, like information like that, talking to Europeans and Europeans dropping truth on you, right?
Yeah.
They're only doing that because you know yourself. They don't talk to every, dark-skinned person how they deal with you or me or whatever. We're special to them because we're not talking that fiction. You know what I mean? And just for the simple fact that we know who we are, they're gonna say certain stuff and reveal certain stuff, right? Even when we look at all these people coming out, just speaking truth, whoever it is, you know what I mean? They're coming out telling truth. They're putting that out so the Moors could pick up on it, and for their people to pick up on it. They're not saying that for Negro, black, colored people to pick up something, because they already know that, they're watching the game or whatever.
Yeah.
They're not on YouTube researching nothing. You know what I'm saying?
There's so many people. And let me just ask you this question. The same kind of situation is going on, and correct me if I'm wrong, in in China, for example, or Japan, where these people think that they're separate people, when really they're all like Manchurian.
Right.
And they call themselves Chinese, which is their corporate state name. That they're a lot of people, I'm pretty sure over there, are in the same. That's why Chinese people are living in cages and eating dogs and doing all this kind of crazy shit that is going on around the planet.
Yeah.
The same people, the same devils, like demons. Like these people are really demons, demonic people that were just going around destroying the humanity. Man.
But as much as they're demonic, for somebody to recognize that somebody is a demon and follow their practices anyways, you know what I mean? Proves that they're just as demonic as them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because common sense has to kick in eventually. Like something of a natural nature has to happen in somebody's mind for them to say, hold on a second. You know what I mean? I'm out here on the corner, you know, night in, night out, and all I'm seeing around me is people suffering. You know what I'm saying?
That's that flora.
Yeah, suffering that I created. Not even, you know, that somebody else did. You know what I mean? Yeah, certain people were the ones that, you know, brought drugs into the community or whatever, but I'm the idiot selling it. You know what I mean? You don't have ain't no Europeans on the corner selling crack to people and stuff like that. That ain't happening. You know, but then, you know, if you talk to some Hells Angels or whatever, you know, they'll show you some crackheads that are European. That's their customers.
Yeah.
And you talk to some,
that they do.
yeah, you talk to some triads, you know what I mean? And some triads will show you some heroin heads or whatever that are their customers.
Yeah.
So, you know, like you know, just like you're saying, this is a worldwide thing. It's not some individual, oh, well, you know, the black people are the ones that are whatever, and everybody else is, you know, living honorable. You know what I'm saying? Other people just don't put their dirt out there.
Yeah. If we can just, not we, because obviously, you know, we're conscious, we're very aware of what's going on, but like as far as the people, if they were, because it's something that is not hidden, you know, it's hidden, but not to the point where you can't find information.
Right, especially nowadays.
Yeah, exactly. Information age is out here. For example, I was just building with a brother, and I told him, I was like, listen, Egypt, Ikuktu, Kemet, right? Kem means dark, right? Or so-called, you know, black, you know, whatever, dark. When you have alchemy, Al is a godly title, Kem is dark. When you have these words like Lemuria, like Mu is right in it, like we have morals, like these words are words for a reason. Like,
right.
These things didn't just pop up out of nowhere.
Right.
These, you know, like it's right there in people's faces. If they were just able to take the time to study, learn some language, pick up a dictionary and actually read the dictionary, understand where even the letter A comes from Al, which is the bull, which fertilizes the planet.
Right.
It's like, it's in our history, it's in our DNA. Like, this is something that's common sense. We should be able to just go into the Akashas and be like, okay, this makes sense because this is this.
Right.
You know what I mean? But people over here calling themselves black and acting black because, you know, they're demonized. They have, personally, I can't understand.
Like, okay, case in point, right?
Yeah.
Case in point. Were you conscious when you got that football jersey back there?
No.
All right, what's the number on there?
77.
Why do you think you're... Two sevens, right?
Yeah.
2 sevens on your football jersey before you were conscious.
Yeah.
Right? So that's how we know this is, not everybody's going to get down on this. This is selected for certain people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, this is selected for certain people. That's just what it is. Like, certain people aren't going to get on this because you have to be, you know, the Akashic has to sanction you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and then you played on the Burgundy team. Right? And Fez is your best friend right now. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yo, we're spiritually connected to this thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're a different breed of individuals. You know?
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, you know what I mean? Because, you know, people would blow past us thinking that, you know, we're not the elect of God or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? When that's what it is, because if you're on some Moors science right now and the number of the Moors is 7 and you didn't have that jersey before you got on this, then something was leading you to this. Especially if that was a random jersey, like you didn't pick, because, you know, it's football, so everybody just gets thrown a jersey.
Yeah.
All right, and you got 77.
And that's my jersey for when I was young. That was like 2003 I got
For real.
Yes, sir. You know, wow.
You know what I mean? So that's what it is, you know? That's what it is.
It's sad that people, it's like people have an ego, and they, you know, they kind of don't want, it's like you, I'm sure, you know, you have to walk around being humble really to just be able to communicate with people and kind of, because you know that your level of consciousness is much higher than everybody else's, that it's kind of like trying to teach people and trying to help people, and that's kind of like it just takes over. I mean, speaking for myself, it kind of takes over for my life. Like everywhere I go, I kind of just have that desire to kind of help and kind of just say something that maybe will plant that seed,
right,
that will make them go, do the research.
For sure.
And it's like you have to really be humble when you walk around and you're looking at the world, and it really looks like everyone is literally like zombies just walking around and they acting crazy, doing whatever they do.
Yep.
And we're over here being, we're really the spiritual beings that came back into the flesh to try to help people wake up, and that's really what's going on. Because if we really break it down, that's really what's going on.
That's really what's going on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it's just like all the other people that came to do that. Yeah. Some people are gonna get it, and some people aren't gonna get it. Those who do get it, give them a little more next time you see them. To inspire them to cultivate their
minds.
Their minds. And the ones who don't get it, keep the doors open, because they're gonna be ran in based on force. They're going to be ran in because of injury.
It's crazy, because you remember we was talking last week.
Yeah.
And Miz, I got this book for me and another Moor that was there. I remember I told you, and I finally got it. And just going through this, it's so, reading the words of the Prophet, man. It's kind of like, wow, this is really. It says it's like, if you don't understand what's going on this planet, especially now, he said this back in the day. He said that even his people, the people that were there at the time, they're not gonna fully understand. It's gonna be 3 generations later down the road that are gonna get it.
That's gonna get it. Yeah. Yeah.
He knew what was going on, man.
Of course.
You gotta be a fool not to understand what's going on.
And he wasn't. It's not like he was secretive with it.
Mm-hmm.
He told everybody what's up. And individuals took a position of, not telling people what's up. Individuals took a position that, well, hey, I have this knowledge, and you don't have this knowledge, so I'm gonna make this a business.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's just the position. That's the position that they took. But that lets you know how much they were down with what the Prophet taught, right? If they're going to use this to swindle the people, opposed to anything else, they use black stuff, they use whatever. They took what Noble Drew Ali brought. That means that what he brought has legitimacy.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And it's for the individual who's studying this to come to the realization within their self what this is. Because nobody can make you accept Noble Drew Ali as a prophet, and accept Moorish American as your nationality, and accept that the flag that we have is ours, not the Kingdom of Morocco's flag and all that. That's up to the individual. But they're only gonna get there if they study.
It's sad.
And if they don't study, then we're not gonna sit here. It's like we're talking about in last class. If you look back and turn to salt, you're not sitting around, trying to carry you with us as a salt statue. Mm-hmm. You're staying right there at the school. You know what I mean? Like, it's not no disrespect or nothing, but look back and turn to salt. Like, you ain't following that's a law.
Yeah, if you don't follow it,
if you don't follow it, then it's on you. Because you know what's up. It's not like we don't know. It's not like we weren't told.
Yo, once I'm done reading this is, remember I told you.
Oh yeah.
Once
that's
I'm
the
done
one right
reading
there.
this, this is it right here. Look, it says.
For real.
I don't know if you can read it.
Yeah.
And they got they took our sign, man.
Everything.
Yeah, and then
everything.
Once it says to Marilyn Maynard Johnson, 33 degrees. You don't even know what 33 degrees mean, man. Sister Raj broke that down lovely the other day, by the way.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, when we were at the class, she was talking about how 33 degrees is water and we're water, and she referenced astrology, and it's just wow.
For real, yeah.
That's a beautiful sister.
That's how she goes, yo. She
goes
hard.
I love learning. I feel like it's so much easier for me to learn when it's it's like a sister teaching. That's what I was talking to Rakim, and I was telling him how it's so much easier, it resonates with me more to listen to a mother speak than, having to just build with brothers all day long, because they have views and they're not really creating the views. There's I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, and because we can't create the views.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're not no creators. We're the worker bees.
Exactly, and we're out here taking their job up and trying to lift them up, and they're over here trying to bash us for things. They're over here trying to get right.
Right.
They're over here trying to get this fiat.
Yeah.
Ripping, yo.
Straight.
Man.
Yeah.
But check this out.
Yeah.
I got this old 1856 dictionary.
For real?
The Webster's.
Was that online, or you got it at a store or something?
Oh no, I got it online.
Okay, for real.
It cost $90, man.
Yeah.
It's $90 well spent, I'll tell you that.
For real.
They got the 1852.
Yeah.
They got the definition. It's crazy because right at the beginning of it breaks down language, the origin of language and stuff like that. And it also breaks down, I remember you was telling me, if it's good, then look up the word American. So what I did, you said it on a blog talk.
Yeah. So
what I did was I went and looked up the word American, and of course it said the copper-colored people.
Right. And
that's how I know this was a good dictionary.
Right.
I started doing that, and then I went to the word black.
Yeah.
It says pale. As it should.
As it should.
Americans, man, it's crazy.
Yeah.
People are bugged out.
Right.
This dictionary.
And like even when you think about that, like you're a young brother, you're taking your fiat to go buy a dictionary or whatever. You know what I mean? Too much people could go out there and say that they spent fiat on a dictionary, especially nowadays. You know what I mean? Like that's not even nothing that's of interest to our people. Learning.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
In dictionaries alone, I got 1, 2, just right here where I'm at, this section. I got my Black's Law 4th edition. I got this dictionary, the Webster's 1852 edition. Yeah. And then I got this dictionary, which is my Oxford dictionary that I just got. It's from 1830 something. And over there I have 2 other, 1930 something. And over there I got my Bouviers. That's all my money and this knowledge, man. You shouldn't. It ain't knowledge. I don't even want to know about it.
Straight up, yo. Straight up.
I got this book, which is a great book.
Yeah.
It's the unexpected evolution of language, and it speaks about how some words. Of course, they don't have the word black in here because Oh wait, actually, they have the word bleak.
Okay,
they have the word bleak.
For real.
And it says, at one time something bleak was simply pale. Bleak derives from an older word that developed into the word bleach. Therefore, someone tunic might be bleak from being out in the sun. Someone tunic. Tunic is someone who is, Albion.
Yeah.
In the early 1700s, the word made a metaphorical shift. It was used for something blah blah blah, meaning blah 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 blah. Whole bunch of other BS. But it has the word bleak here, it has the word blessed right here, which means to mark with blood. Which is, it's like, you could go out there and get this simple book that is, I don't know, maybe like $10 and kind of like, wow, this makes kind of sense.
Right.
Bohemian, it's gypsy. This is crazy.
Yeah. And You know, like when you get on the path.
Yeah.
You know, like remember when, well, I don't know if you went through other transitions of schools of thought before more science, right? But going through all the different schools of thought, you never pick up books that are relative to advancing your mental capacity. You know
I agree.
what I mean? You always get books that are where you're at. You know what I'm saying? There's
Yes.
never a book that you're gonna read and you get, you know, the eureka and the enlightenment and, you know what I mean, like feeling the sweat beads and shit like that because you're reading something. You know what I mean? It's always just a read. It's just reading something like a newspaper or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's good when, you know, it's like you know, watching the prophecies, you know, manifest with him. You know, it's when Noble Drew Ali saying, you know, the young and unborn is who's gonna get this. The next generations are who's gonna get this.
It's coming out. It's coming out.
Yeah,
it's
man.
crazy.
Yeah.
You can't. People who deny this. I got the book right here, and as I read, let me see. It says right here. Let me see. Where was it? Alright, it says right here, 64 in the oral statements and prophecies. It says, "Don't worry about how you're going to be saved. It will conflict that cannot be told in words." And right now, when just referencing this, you know, like as I read it, I think about how many friends I have lost, how many, not really lost as far as like, oh, they you know, but I didn't even want to be associated with them anymore because they kind of want to continue to live, you know, in a way that is not for me.
Right.
So, you know, even with my own family, it's like I'm the only one that's understanding and understanding what's really going on. So it's really a conflict within myself, in my own kind of, you know, my own little area, that every single Moor that is really waking up is going on. But that's being saved. You save yourself. That's why you have to study yourself.
Right.
This is a wonderful.
Yeah, and he, you know, and again too, you know, we have to give honors to the Moors for putting that stuff out, you know. Because I was talking to one of the Moors last night, and we were saying, you know, what happens if all this stuff was lost? You know what I mean? You know, because we were talking about hip hop, and we were saying, you know, we were listening to what's the show called again? Some online radio show that Moni Love hosts. I think it's called Backspin or something like that, right? So we're listening to it, and they were playing like Main Source and Tribe Called Quest, and then all of a sudden they played like Foxy Brown or something. You know what I mean? And we're like, okay, well, you know, I guess that just has to do with the contract protocol, you know what I mean, of having to play some nigger shit. Like you can't just play hip hop only, right?
You can't just do some real music,
Yeah, right. So we were talking about how, you know, it's good that, you know, some of the stuff is still available, but there are some records that you're not finding anymore. You know what I mean? There are some records out there that are obsolete.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Like any audio tapes of the Prophet Noble Drew Ali.
Even that, you know?
I haven't heard one.
Yeah, neither have I.
Yeah.
And they probably, and I mean, if they got Garvey on audio, you know what I mean? There should be something of his on audio, but you know, a lot of people took stuff to the grave too. You know, just because.
But it was like I don't know if it's Switzerland that has something that the Prophet brought. It was one of the I don't know. Damn. It's like when he went to the I don't know. Damn,
to Havana?
I really don't know much about it.
To Havana, Cuba?
Yeah, there we go. He went to Havana, Cuba. He did something out there that he it was in his possession, and I think it was sent to Switzerland for us to go get it. We have to go over there, but they want us to, because Sister Anna was talking about it, how we don't have to go get that document in order to free ourselves, because we can literally just type it up ourselves. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So it's like there's a lot of things out there that people just don't, even myself, there's a lot that I don't even know. So,
oh yeah. I mean, even myself, you know what I mean? Even I need to know.
Yeah.
There's no ceiling to more science.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? There's no ceiling. It's just open sky, open universe or whatever. Whereas everybody else has a ceiling. Trying to convince people that this is the way, but there's a ceiling.
This isn't a club. This is learning. People who love to learn.
People who love to learn would get down with this.
Exactly.
That's why Moors get mad with Europeans studying this. Because majority of Europeans are learners.
Yeah.
They've been learning.
They learn etymology and when they're in school.
Yeah.
And now what they're doing is they're making my mom works for a school system.
Yeah.
So she was telling me how, and mind you, my mom, she don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
Like I showed her the truth. Like she knows it's real. She just in her indoctrinated ways, whatever.
Yeah.
But she was telling me how now in school they're trying to teach the kids. They're trying to teach the kids to write their name in all capital letters, yo.
For real, huh? Wow.
Yo.
So they're not even teaching.
They're not teaching.
They're straight indoctrinated.
So then what happened to proper nouns, man? These kids are gonna write their names in all capital letters. What are they gonna do with that term?
Yeah, well, remember that's why we go get 1850 something dictionary, not 2014. For that same reason. We're telling people that blacks are noun and Negroes are noun, and bleach is really the pale stuff, and black is really the dark skinned stuff, and it's like it's at that level.
What's it gonna take for these people to wake up, yo? Like, then you talk to them. And they tell you, yeah, man, I feel like I'm slaving and this is not right and this is not. Like, come on, man. Like, I don't want to hear that. You're not doing nothing. What have you been doing?
Yeah, what are you doing
You've been doing the same shit for 40 years. Like,
Exactly. And
let the dead bury the dead, man.
Yeah. That's a famous saying amongst the Moors, because what are we gonna do? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you gonna do? Information's out there. Juali put it out there. Moors been putting it out there. Europeans been putting it out there. You know what I mean? They're not hiding nothing. They may be used to hide stuff, but they can't hide stuff now. It's impossible to hide stuff now.
Let me just say this. This is what I think. And this is the one thing that I think will free our people. That doesn't have to do with any type of studying per se, but I feel very strongly about this, if we were able to eat the proper foods, to decalcify our pineal gland and allow for us to not be so docile, not be so able to just agree and accept everything, once we're able to think, period, and this is why I think, I mean, me, I study a lot of the body. That's like my forte. Like I really get into that, aspect. And what I do is I try to, whatever it is that I read, I bring it back into my mind and I meditate on it and I come out with the truth. So when what fluoride is doing to the body, like what all these chemicals are doing to the mind, this is why they're putting this shit into our drinks for a reason, and it's to stop people from really being able to go out there and want to find out the information, because their mind is literally, they don't care, and it's kind of metaphysical, because you can't see the warfare that's going on, because it's something spiritual. You can't really see it, and you're over here thinking that Korea is gonna drop a bomb on us and da 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 da. This shit is not. That's entertainment.
Yeah.
Man's mind entertained. This was going on. People is being entertained.
Yeah.
So now they're worried about these. This is how dumb these people are. These people are worried about the plane that went missing.
Yeah.
When you can just go on Google and type in how many damn kids have been missing in your little community,
Right.
in your state, in your town,
Yeah.
twice as much as that.
Yeah.
3-4 times.
They're not gonna search for them.
Yeah, but they're over here worried about the plane.
Yeah.
And not worried about what's going on in their community.
Right.
Not worried about come on, man.
Yeah, and it's like that's where being absent-minded of the prophet has gotten us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's what it is. Everybody following false prophets or whatever. You know what I'm saying? When one came and he laid out everything. You know what I'm saying? He laid it all down. Like even like what you're saying, you probably never got to that oral statement yet. But Noble Ali said himself, if I can get you to think, you'll save yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Exact same thing what you're saying.
Yeah.
If we can get the people to think, then they'll do something. They'll get on this. But until we do that, well, not even until we do that, because it's their mind. So you can't make somebody think. You could inspire them to start thinking, based on your actions, And
you know what? I'm not at the level of bringing the awareness to them as you are. You over here. A lot of people really know you. I get sent as far as just on Instagram, because that's really where I am.
Yeah.
And when I'm on Instagram, what I try to do is try to just teach people about, just things that they should kind of just know and be aware of.
Yeah.
Yeah. And because, when you start telling someone that they think that they're black, you start telling them that they're not, they think you're really attacking them.
Yeah.
So I kind of stay away from it, but I show them truths, other places that will lead them to that.
Right.
And just for me, it's beautiful to see people send me emails like, hey, thanks for that help, because I deal with health a lot most of the time.
Right.
And shit that you put things into your mind and you just allow them to manifest. But if people wanted the information, it'll come to them.
Right.
Nobody wants the information, because if that was the case, we would be having a lot more people listening to what we have to say.
Right.
And something else too that I kind of stumbled upon while doing some research on just YouTube views, because I'm thinking to myself who's controlling the numbers for how many views something get.
Yeah, we're talking about that
lo and behold, you may literally be getting 2 million views on your videos, and it'll only say 100.
Yeah.
Because these people don't want people to be like, what's going on over there?
Right.
They direct the stream of consciousness.
Sure,
they're trying to direct people towards other shit.
Right.
So when people see videos that have 2-3 million views, you should automatically not even pay attention to that shit.
Yeah.
That shit is
that's part of the fraud.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Like the Subliminal, you remember that song that came out with the Chinese guy who's Gundam style or whatever? Yeah, that shit was pointless.
That drew people, that pulled people like
right into their paradigm.
Wow, yeah, that pulled people.
Right into their paradigm.
Yeah.
And it's subtly, because people don't even realize. That's why when Brother Miz said something that was real, that it was kind of like he was referencing the movie The Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
How in the scene he was, Neo was sitting in the car or something like that, and the way the camera moved, and in the background it said Nam Nagir, or name of war or something like that.
Right.
When I looked it up in the dictionary, that's kind of whatever. And it's just these subliminals are right there, but this, like, our story is being told and being mocked. It's like a mockery.
Yeah.
And they throw it in people's faces, and it's like, you're not. Something as simple as picking up a dictionary could get you enlightened.
Right, exactly. And the people aren't picking up on it. But, it comes back to the same thing that you're saying, that, they don't think. You know what I'm saying?
They worship Saturn. This is Saturn worship.
Yeah.
Because all they care about is their lower self. They can't even control what they eat. They can't control what they view. They're addicted to the pleasures of the flesh, which, we're not supposed to be.
Right.
We're supposed to be way past that. Our
higher beings.
Yeah. We're higher beings, exactly.
Yeah.
But they came out with this new age shit talking about how, we're supposed to be communicating with these ethereal, beings, like, I never see, look, when I see somebody pick up glass with their mind, and turn it into, I'm not saying that this isn't possible, but I'm not saying, I know for a fact that if you're telling me that you're a psychic and you're over here eating meat and eating pork and shit like that, putting all this stuff into your body, what are you channeling? You know what I mean? Like, what are you, like... You're
obviously not channeling the higher.
Exactly. You're obviously, there's something that you're channeling demonic beings, not something higher. So it's like, what energies are you emitting, and how does that, like, is the lack of knowledge. These people have, like, 2 degrees of knowledge, and
they're scholars and adepts and all that.
Man.
I mean, and it comes back to the same thing that, once the prophets denied, then you're gonna get all these prophets and all these sages and all these gurus and all these people telling you that they came for your salvation or whatever. You know what I mean? And then people get caught up, for 2, 3, 5, 7, 20, whatever years, and everybody's game until you get the cup of Kool-Aid.
It's like, how you gonna tell someone
when Kool-Aid's passing around,
the shit that they've been learning for 20 years is not ready to exact.
Exactly.
They gotta feel personal.
Yeah.
But then when you really think about it, even when you have, you go back into your Moorish mind, you understand what's going on, and you study diligently. You have 360 degrees of knowledge. What does that even tell you? That means that once you come back, you're going back right to the beginning. Now you got to go right back again and keep learning, keep learning, and keep learning.
Constant
we don't
cycle.
stop.
Constant cycle.
Exactly. It's a constant stream of knowledge to unlock our DNA, get ourselves back to what we used to be. Can't keep acting like this.
Speaking about unlocking DNA, just because we're recording, lay down that thing with the first court session, with all the stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The court, man. So what happened to me was, as you know, I got pulled over by these policy enforcers, and the first thing that I told them, they wanted me to roll down my window or whatnot. I just wrote it down a little bit, and I told them, I broke it down to them. I told them exactly what it was. They asked me to step out of the vehicle. Me knowingly, because I was in my town, and it was like 1 o'clock. No, actually it was 11 o'clock. I was, kept it cool. I got out the car. No, I'm sorry. When the officer tried to open up my door first, she's like, "Get out the car." He tried to open up my door, and
they always playing your chauffeur. Huh?
Yeah, man, it's like, come on, bro. He tried to open up my door, and then because my window was kind of like halfway rolled down, so what he did was he's like, open up the door, and his boy was on the other side flashing his flashlight trying to see what I was doing. And I told him, I was like, I'm not a threat to myself. I'm not a threat to you. Why do I need to step out of my vehicle? What am I being arrested for? What are you questioning me for? And he's like, I need you to step out of the vehicle. And there's a warrant out for your arrest. I asked him, there's a warrant out for who? Because I gave him my appellation. I said, this is my corporate self. That's not who I am. That's not what I'm doing. And mind you, I'm just trying to kind of be nice. I'm trying to be polite.
Yeah.
You know what I'm telling him, whatever, just so I can see, cause I'm trying to get home, man.
Right.
So he wasn't with it. He said unlock the door, and the way my car, cause his boy was trying to open up the door on my side, but I knew that only my door was locked, cause I had just locked it.
Right.
So what I tried to do was lock all my doors. So I have a BMW. So if you know, when you push the car button,
Yeah.
it unlocks first and then it locks. So what I did was I pushed it and it unlocked all my doors. His boy opened the door, but he opened the door too. When he opened the door, he grabbed me and he literally like yanked me out of the car.
Yeah.
Boom, yanked me out. Threw me on like my car, on the side of my car, and he just grabbed my arm, and I wasn't even trying to resist, but he was being real forceful. You know how these guys are.
Yeah, yeah.
So whatever, I get locked up, and I go down to the to the thing. They're trying to get my all my information, trying to get me to like take pictures and do all kinds of crazy shit. And I said no, and I wasn't with it. That they're not in the jurisdiction. I'm breaking the law down to them. I know that these guys don't know nothing. These are a whole bunch of Europeans who knew nothing about the law.
Right.
So I basically, just straight from speaking, I wasn't even being, because one of the guys there was kind of just ready to learn. I'd say he was just more, okay, that makes sense, da 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 da. And just from speaking, I told him, call your superior if you have any problems. There's no reason for us to even be talking. I need to be speaking with a judge, or a so-called judge.
Right.
And pretty much we spoke for about an hour. They locked me up, put me in the cell. And it took them about 2 hours to finally get everything. I guess they spoke with the higher ups.
Right.
And they let me go. What I did was I went to court, because I had court. I went to court, and when I was in court, this is what was real good. When I was in court, I was speaking to the clerk, and the clerk was like, "Oh, so how do you plead?" I told him I'm not pleading. I don't plead. That's for animals. And he was like, "Oh well," because that's the second time that I go to that court. So he knew who I was already, because the first time I went in there and I was like, I'm a natural person. You can't tell me that I blah blah blah. And I just broke it down to them real civilly, and I was really trying to be polite so the judge doesn't think I'm attacking them.
Right.
But the first time that I went, my case was it was like halfway through the court. So when I went in there and they started to review my case, as soon as I started speaking, the judge stopped me and he said, he's like, I'm going to postpone this. And then they sent me back and I sat down and I had to wait for everyone to leave.
Right.
Yeah. I went back up there and he spoke to me, whatever, and he said that, they're going to reschedule my court case. So then they rescheduled my court case, and now I got arrested, this, and that, and then now when speaking with the clerk, he told me, he's like, let's what I'll do is I'll drop this, and if you want, we can negotiate. I'll drop this, and you won't have to pay the court fee. You'll just have to pay $50. And I said, no, I'm not paying. I'm not gonna give you my energy for something that you have no jurisdiction over. And he said, all right, well, I'm gonna go talk to the judge. So he went and spoke with the judge. While he was speaking with the judge, I sat back down. They called me up. I went, and I told the judge says, so he's like, you're not gonna plead? I said, no, I'm a Moorish American, and this is my land. So how are you going to charge me? But I was being real polite with it. I wasn't being rude or I spoke in a very intelligent tone. I made sure that I rehearsed it in my mind, what I was gonna say. And the judge said, he was like, okay, well, what did he say? His exact words were like, we don't want to pursue this any further. Mm-hmm. So what I'll do is, he said something real slick. Like I think about, he said something as like, "I'll be right back," and he just left.
Yeah.
And then when he left, I knew that judges can't do that.
Yeah.
So what I did was I was like, all right, well, this is he left, so I guess this court is done. So I just got my shit and I kept it moving. And then I had to go there again, but because when I left, nothing happened. You know, they didn't arrest me, nothing like that.
Yeah.
But then I had to go to court again, and when I went to court again, you know, they told me, but not because of the same thing. That was because of the driving. But then when I got arrested in Clifton, they made me go to court again for the same thing. So then I went to court again, and I pretty much just broke it down to them and told them how they weren't, like, you're not allowed to try me for something that I'm already being tried for twice. So I went in there and I just dropped down case law, and the judge was like, okay, well, we spoke to the Paramus courthouse, and we don't want to pursue this any further, pretty much. And then the lady just gave me a piece of paper, and that was it.
Yeah. So right.
I was, I know at the time of the, right before I knew, I made sure that I studied exactly what I needed to do, and I had it in my mind exactly what I needed to know in order to kind of stop them from pursuing any further, because they was really trying to get at me for something that was so petty, because it was like what, like my tints and my car. My car was being it didn't have it wasn't like up to date, my registration.
Yeah.
They tried to get me for that. They also tried to get me for I have like a little thing on my license plate. They tried to get me for that. Like they said that it's obstructing the view, and if you look at it, it's literally like a little chain round. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
So you know that these people were just trying to take money away. Yeah. I don't see them pulling over no Europeans for that.
Running their racket.
Racketeering the hell out of these people.
Yeah, no, the reason why I wanted to bring that up too was because just to show that it's about knowledge. Because at that time, when you were dealing with that, you didn't have any nationality card or paperwork or nothing like that. Straight information, straight knowledge. Straight.
Yo, I swear. Matter of fact, I got my little suitcase right here. Hold on. I went in there. I had all these suits. Look at all this. This is all the shit that they sent me. And I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 2 in here. 7, 8. Like, these people really trying to. I ain't worried about it, because you know what? At the end of the day, they don't have no jurisdiction.
Right.
And every time I go in there, the judge already know me. He know as soon as I go in there, he know what it is. Because when I went, because I had gone there, and I'm talking about the parameters, the Clifton judge, he's gonna have to get acquainted with me if he keeps playing with me. But every time I go there, I'm not disrespectful towards anyone there.
Yeah.
I show everyone respect, and I just go in there and I make sure that they understand that I know the law.
Right.
So I'm not going to be subjected to their
statutes and ordinances or
exactly.
Whatever. Right.
So just from knowledge, I haven't even used any. And mind you, I did not send any writs out at all, which I know is wrong. Yeah. I'm not saying that that's right.
Right.
I should always send writs, but I was lucky. I'm not going to say lucky because there's no such thing as that, but I was fortunate enough to be able to have that clerk. Really he wasn't like some douchebag clerk. He could have made my life a lot, harder. But he understood that I know law, and the way I approached him, I guess, was in the way that he understood that I knew the law. So they didn't really want to pursue it.
Right.
Because they knew that it would have just gone in circles until they decided to stop.
To stop anyways,
yeah. But it's imperative, man. I still have so much to learn because I have to sit down and study it like right before. So So I know what to study. I know what I got to look up. I know how to present myself, but I got to make sure that I'm on it right before. I want to be able to constantly be able to spit. You know.
That's where the thing with the writs comes in. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? That when you know, more like, especially Moors who are active, right? Yeah. It's good to use that as a study tools. Use the writs that people put up, opposed to like information books or whatever. You know, because the writs are exactly what you're gonna be using when something goes down. You're not gonna be using, you know, books about you know, law and things of that nature. You're actually gonna have to be what you say that you know.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Check this out. I got this book right here. It's called The High Court's Case Summaries, which is a great book. I have two of those. Oh, I have this one. This one's real good, which I'm gonna see if, because I haven't really been able to indulge in it because I got so much other stuff that I'm trying to. But this is High Court's Case Summaries, the constitutional law, which is also good that I've been learning. Right. I have literally like 50 books down here. I have case procedure supplements. Oh, this is something that I wanted to ask you. All right, it's called Evidence, right? Right. I don't know, it's by, can you read that? Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to see how this book, because it has a lot of just case law in it, but I don't really know if this is uniform rule, because it says there's like it includes federal rules of evidence with excerpts, California evidence. Like a lot of the things that every time I research it, and here is like all California stuff. I don't really know how applicable that is, because over there I know that they have some laws that are a little different, and a lot of the things, the words are not really the same. Like I was looking up the definition that they have for victim in here, and the way and victim that they have like in Black's law is two different definitions. So I don't know if this is a really good source. Yeah,
well, remember too, on the cover of that, it's talking about the statutes and stuff like that.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
So you know, a lot of the we'll call it state law books. Yeah. Are going to be based on individuals putting out information to lead you to statutes, opposed to constitutional.
Okay.
Right, because their position is, you know, more than likely it's a lawyer or somebody who put that out. Right. Yep. So, you know, they're obligated to the statutes.
Wow.
That's their position. You know.
Because it just it wasn't resonating with me, man.
Yeah. And you're gonna get that, you know. Like I mean, everything's not gonna apply. You know what I mean? Some things are just gonna be reference points. You know. This is
a good book right here, Criminal Law.
Principle of Criminal Law, for real.
Yeah. I'm on it, man. I'm not even trying to play around.
That's good. And you know, you can do like brother Rami Salam El, the brother who has the hip hop Moorish Science Temple in Cali.
Okay, what's he doing?
Well, he puts out videos and stuff, right? Based on his learning. You know what I mean? Because
you put like hip hop videos?
No, like just on like, you know, regular Moorish information, you know, law videos and stuff like that. But it's based on, you know, just information. Find out something and just make a video about it, put it out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So people can, yeah. Just so you know, the word the word will get out, right? Two, it's gonna be it's gonna inspire people to see that other people are dealing with this. This is not something that just, you know, people on, you know, that they consider, you know, echelon Moorish scientists or whatever are on this info. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? There's individuals who find out about something yesterday because they got court next week and they go to court next week and beat up the case.
Yeah.
But they don't talk about it. You know what I mean? Because, they don't want to draw attention to themselves, or they don't want, if you're not doing nothing wrong, what's the issue? You know what I mean? If we're doing nothing wrong, if what we're doing if we're doing something legal and lawful or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Then there ain't nothing to worry about putting it out there. You know what I mean? The fraud is not putting it out there.
You're right.
The fraud is going to court 50 times, winning 50 times, and not telling anybody.
And you want to know something else? They don't put none of our cases on in books. They don't
never
publish. They don't say nothing.
But see, that's where the Moors are supposed to be.
Yeah.
That's why the Moors are supposed to have their own paper. That's why the Moors are supposed to have their own literature out there. You know what I'm saying? There's Moors out there right now that have had mind-blowing experiences with this information that they don't talk. You know what I mean? There's Moors out there that have had situations where, because I'm starting to realize too that people's experiences also inspire change. Right? Not just that we have these law dictionaries, look up the definition, or we have these etymology dictionaries or unabridged dictionaries, but the fact that I experienced this, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I can tell you about it with documented proof of the experience, that's getting people to get on this.
That'll be easier even for you to be able to explain it to people because you lived it.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know what I mean? Because there's thousands of Moors out there that don't talk.
That's a shame.
You know what I'm saying? That have that have real stories to tell people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the amount of calls that I get just from Moors that just I was watching your videos or whatever, and I decided to let you know about this experience. Like the amount of people that call me with that type of stuff right there.
Yeah.
There could be thousands of videos out there that and then what you do is when you put up your stuff, you always tag the important stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Tag sovereignty.
Tag law. Tag this.
Law. Tag. You know what I'm saying? So that they'll just pop up when people people search for stuff that they're not even searching for you. You know. But
it'll come, and that's divine.
If you tag good, that stuff will pop up everywhere.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I know all about, and this is something else that I wanted to touch base on. If you need anything, as far as letting people know and stuff like that, you already know, I'm in marketing, so I'm trying. I'm down for whatever. This is my number one. So
I'm gonna get at you. I'm gonna get at you because we're. On the music level, I'm just building a music site to move the information with the music. Right?
Yeah.
So
whatever.
So once I get that up and running, I'm gonna definitely get at you to get some ideas on getting the word out. You know what I mean?
Oh, there's somebody who I want you to check out. Matter of fact, he's a Moor.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me go on my YouTube real quick. Good music right there too. Let me see.
For real.
Let me see if I get him. Let me see if I find it. I gotta send it to you. There's this Moor who's he does music. But he's making videos and everything like that, and it's real good music. I want to see. Let me see if I can find it. gonna send it to you as an email because I gotta find it. Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you as an email because I gotta find it. I'm not really sure, but he has good music and he's out. It's like real conscious music. But he's really out there trying to help people and tell people, what's going on as far as with his vocals and his skills is real good. So I'm trying to see. I know it's something Bay. I think it's like Chris Bayers.
For real.
CM something. I don't know, something like that. I'm gonna find it though.
Yeah, man. Just shoot that over when you find it.
There's a question that I wanted to ask you. Let me see. I have it. I wrote it down right here. Oh no, it's in here. All right. So I was talking, and this is just for future, because I know I'm gonna get this, and this hasn't been the first time that I've gotten this question.
Yeah.
And even though I know the answer, I don't know the best way. I feel like maybe there's a better way for me to answer the question, and I was hoping maybe you could help me with it. It's when I was. A few people too. This is like 2 or 3 times that this has happened to me. I've asked the person, okay, what color? You're not a color. You're black. Whatever. Blah blah blah. And then when I come out, I take out the dictionary and I explain to them what the word black means, and how, as far as color, black is all colors folded within itself. People say that since copper is the descriptive color of black, this is how one of the conversations that I got into came out, and she said to me, she was like, well, if black is all colors folded in within itself, then that encompasses the word copper or the color copper, which means that I'm black. That's what this person has said to me.
Right.
So, what do you think would be best to do to start? Just reference it as far as law, like what it means in law. Because
well, it's like people are of the mentality that Moors don't know what they're talking about. First of all, right? So, the fact that they can put a penny on their hand and see that they're not black people, right?
Yeah.
The fact that they've been to grade 2, grade 3 or whatever and know that black's a shade, not a color, right?
Yes.
Them taking the position of they're black because of whatever they make up shows their indoctrination. You know what I mean? But I bet you, if you go to a little brother, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 years old or whatever, and you try to convince them that they're not black, they'll go with what you're saying.
Because they understand it.
Opposed to fighting it, because they understand it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, that, and then that's also part of why, go wake up some children. Children meaning, young people. You know what I'm saying? Because people your age or older, if they can't accept the fact that they're not black people, leave them people alone.
Because they're just parasitic, right? It's
leave them people alone.
And it's crazy because I try my hardest really to. I don't really try to force it on them, but I try to give them enough because I know people are they kind of push away when you try to give them something too strongly. Yeah. You try to kind of pound it into them because and I'm very passionate about it. So it's like me when I see that, if I see a way that I can kind of help them understand it, I try to do so in a way that is not kind of too strong. I don't really try to beat it into them.
But check this, right? Those people who you took that we'll call it white flag approach to with regard to this information, right? The people who you give mercy because they're gonna default. You know what I mean? You're gonna beat them 500 to 1. You know, but you don't want to beat their ass that bad. You want to keep the game close so they can feel like they can play or whatever. You know, you're doing more disservice to them.
Shit rough, man.
You know what I'm saying? Because you know, like if you suck, right? If you suck, you're not playing on the team. Go get better. It's nothing personal. It just means you need to go practice a little bit more.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Instead of trying to make them feel like, oh yeah, well, you can play on the team and all this type of stuff, when they're not even getting no playing time, even if they suit it up.
They still gonna be on the bench.
They're still gonna be on the bench. So you're still serving no purpose on the team, sitting on the bench.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You might as well be a water boy or something. At least you're doing something.
At least we're helping out somewhere.
You know what I'm saying? Right? You know, and it's unfortunate. But, not everybody's going to be on this. And we can't worry about who's not on this or who doesn't want to get on this. You know what I'm saying? It's like for example, a retired NFL player called me the other day.
Yeah.
That he's on this info. You know what I mean? Like played ball for Detroit Lions, Oakland Raiders, went to college and all that type of stuff, got drafted and all that, right? And he's on it.
He need to help his boys on it.
You know what I'm saying?
Matter of fact,
he's on it.
The coach for the Denver Broncos, the defensive back coach, he was like my mentor because, I played football in college too.
Right.
He was the one who kind of, like, I guess he helped me become, because, it's just me and my mom, so he was there for me as far as, like, sports and try to help me out, get me right.
Yeah.
And, he didn't know, but I had put him up on the information, and me and him go, because he's busy doing the coaching stuff, but if I know Sam, his name's Sam Garnes, if I know him, I know that he'll be, he'll be looking into it at least to make sure that he knows, so when we speak, he's not, he's not
in the
like,
dark, yeah.
Yeah, he's not in the dark.
Yeah.
But, if I could get someone like Sam to really, go out there and tell all the players what's up. Because to me, man, honestly, like, I'm somebody who I chose not to play in the league. Like, I love football. I was All-American. Like, that was my sport.
Right. And
me getting conscious and me choosing not to, if I can have Sam just, because I don't believe in sports, man. Like, that shit is, I'm not with it no more.
Yeah.
If he can go out there and just crumble that whole system, start teaching these Moors the truth and how not to be a slave, like, this is what needs to happen. Because if you're not, then you figure if enough Moors wake up, then who's gonna go and feed this NFL system or this the NBA? Because there's all Moors that are being enslaved and they use all their energy to go out there and play ball 24/7. I'm not saying don't go out there and have fun, but when you're trying to play and work out 7 hours a day, like I did, like I made it my life. If I just applied even half that time to
studying,
I would have whole different ball game.
Right.
So if we could really just get out there and try to, like if that brother that you were speaking of, if he was to go out there and even tell one of those guys that everyone follows on Twitter or this and that, if he, just one tweet will wake up.
Well, this is one thing that he did say though. One thing that he did say is that, you can't tell $1 million slave that they're a slave, much less a 5 million, 30 million, you know what I mean?
That
$50 million slave, right? Because, their slave master is the fiat note.
Yeah. So they don't even give a damn because that's all they care about.
That's all they care about. The fact that they're getting this check, Which, yeah, you know, I mean, I hear you, but at the same time, like you're saying, you know, I mean, you're funding the system. Like he was explaining how, you know, like half their fiat goes to the IRS and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's not even like they're getting a full check.
87% of NFL players go bankrupt by the time they're 33.
87%
of them go bankrupt. That's crazy. My trainer, right, Sam Garnes, he lived in a huge man. And I'm not saying he went bankrupt because he is a coach, so he did. No, but when you are getting indoctrinated, listening to the music and seeing the lifestyle and this and that, and you're over here thinking that you're about to just get this money and you're gonna live this whole. You have no financial. How do I say? You were never taught finance. Yeah. You know, these guys aren't taught economics.
Right.
So they take their money and they go buy this car and do this and they go do this and they lose it all. Most of them. 87% is way more than most. That's almost all of them. They all lose their money because they don't know how to, you know.
How to deal with it.
People ask them to borrow money and this and before they know it, they may have 250,000 and they think that's good money, but then they break their leg, their career is over, and now what?
For real.
Now they're hit.
Yeah.
Which most of the NFL players, when their career is over, is because they're no longer able to perform, and most of them, they don't even stay in the league that long. As far as physically, their health deteriorates. You know, a running back will stay in the league 2-3 years, so you'll make 2-3 million if you're that good.
Right.
For 2-3 years, that's $4 million. You think you're making it? You spend your whole life to do $2-3 million, and then that's it. And then you're gonna waste your time because you're not at your prime anymore. You can't really do nothing, and the injury may have caused some damage to you, or you're not doing as well as you should be.
Right.
And now you're not getting paid 2-3 million. Now you're getting paid maybe 500,000.
Yeah.
And you're still 500,000. Even for me personally, 500,000 is not enough for me to spend 18 hours of my day, doing something.
Right. Yeah.
There's no way. Knowledge is more important than that.
For real.
Way more important than that.
And and then that goes back to like the brother was saying, like it's a prestigious position to know yourself, especially being in that arena where you can have 50 million, you can have a mansion, you can have a whatever, and to really consider that not being worth anything and seeing that knowledge is superior to all these things that you can have at the snap of a finger, you know, and taking that position that this stuff is more important than all the frivolous items that I could buy or whatever like that. Like that's you can't teach that.
No, you can't.
Know what I mean? That's something divine. That's something intuitive. That's something cosmic, galactic. That's not some individual just feeling like waking up. You know what I mean? Like people like you, people like him, us, like we're chosen people. You know what I'm saying? And being that we're the chosen few, we have mad work to do.
So much, man.
Mad work to do.
Wait, check this out. I got all these books, man, that I still got to. Oh, this is a good book, man. This is Why Darkness Matters.
Yeah. Oh yeah, good book.
Yeah, that's a good book.
Yeah.
But I got all these. I still haven't even busted this open. The autonomy.
Yeah.
The Rights of Law by Brother Taj and Nature Bit.
Right.
We have a job to do. We have a lot to do.
Yep.
A lot to do, and even myself, like I dedicate myself to this every day.
Yeah.
Every day when I'm, I listen. I just downloaded the Constitution, to my phone, so that way when I'm driving, when I'm walking, when I'm doing whatever,
Yeah.
I got the Constitution just in my ear. Just I need to be. That needs to be embedded into my DNA. Like I need to be able to tell you what everything in the Constitution is. Like we have work to do.
And then like with the Constitution, for example, case law, things like that. It's that's your shield. You know what I mean? That's what you're using to keep people off you.
Yeah.
Because this is a constitutional republic, and Constitution is derived on common law, so this is a common law jurisdiction. But we're only invoking that. We're only invoking that if we know what it is. If we, just like we were saying at the beginning, if we know what the principles are, then you can't get game.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's just like, wow, like when I just listen to you speak and you break things down, dog, like it's so you put it in that real minds, like you put it in that perspective where how do you not understand what this brother is saying? How do you not see that this brother puts in the work? Like people think that like this is something that you do for like no reason? Like you give a lot of your time to this, you know what I mean? Like people must think this shit is a joke. And that's the problem, that people really do think that this is some kind of joke when people are trying to save a nation. Like this is no damn joke.
Like for example, that's why I'm doing the debate. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Ali Muhammad, he's stupid.
That's why I'm doing the debate, because people out here think this is some joke.
So,
you know what I'm saying? People out here think, I mean, we've been out here exercising. You know what I'm saying? There's Moors out here who they're using their nationality card to get taxes off. You know what I'm saying?
If this wasn't real, then how is this thing?
How are they able to do that? But
yeah,
you're not gonna force a horse to drink. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what the thing with me is, like, I've listened to a few of Ali Muhammad's, like things, and I like the information that the brother has. He has a lot of good information, but my thing is, why even beat around the bush? Like, why play around with it? Because this is real shit. Why play around with it? Like, this is information that you have to give to the people. Like, you can't. It's like this. It's like a lot of people want to argue about, people back in Kemet didn't use the word black. They weren't calling themselves black. Yeah, that word didn't even exist back then. So, they weren't black people. So you can't say that people in Kemet were black.
Yeah.
Because that's not even right and exact.
Right.
Were they dark-skinned colored people? Yeah. But they weren't black.
Yeah.
So anything that, like, for example, like, Brother Sanetta is I love that brother. He puts out information to help people, and that's powerful. But my thing is, why entertain Hebrew Israelites?
Mm.
Like, what's the purpose of that? It's. I understand what he's doing, but at the same time, it's like we don't have no time to be entertaining people who don't want to get back into their minds, into their right minds.
Right.
It's just, to me, that's not really helping the people.
Yeah. On top of that, the Jews of Harlem call themselves Moorish Jews. You know what I mean? So, and which means they were Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah.
But they never called themselves Hebrew Israelites. They call themselves Moorish Jews.
Yeah.
Right?
We gotta build, man. We gotta build from each other. Like Ali Muhammad has good information on health and stuff like that people need to know.
Oh yeah, he's sure. He's got he got a scimitar.
Yeah. Why are we building? He's not a master in law. That's not where he's at. So
right.
why is he trying to come up? He's just gonna go get some information. He hasn't studied Noble Drew Ali for years as other people have. So what's he doing? Trying to come on, man. This is craziness.
Trying to divert or disassociate people
Exactly.
from the prophet.
Try to divert the information.
Which is an issue, because I mean I'm not for as far as out here, right?
Yeah.
I'm not worried about nowhere else. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
As far as here is concerned, he's coming here to taint the work that we've been doing. You know what I mean?
No, that can't happen.
Yeah, because the debate only came about because I made the request. He was just coming here to do a lecture. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know.
He think that everything's gonna be sweet like Lord Abba. Like no.
Yeah. No.
You're not Lord Abba. No, you know what I mean?
Most definitely.
He has to really put himself out there, and he has to let his ego go really, and he has to just accept what's really out there as far as the information that he's gonna be presented, and what's he gonna do after that? What are you gonna do when is law is legal? What do you like? Then what? It's like, what are you gonna do when you're presented the fact that the Bible is not 100% what you thought it was? Are you going to continue and just ignore the facts, or are you going to grow from it? And are you going to stop calling your people black? Are you going to stop being able to use a language that is put a spelling that is literally put your people in a mental state where they don't even know who they are no more?
Right.
And as far as I'm concerned, man, once you know the information and you're still doing it, then there's something not right with that.
Yeah, obviously you have motives.
Yeah, there's something behind that because you have information.
Right. Just like everybody else that had information that, like we saw how Savior's Day, Farragon put Noble Drew Ali up there. Because he can't avoid it anymore. You know what I mean? He's probably getting bombarded with questions from people that he has to answer to. Mm-hmm. And the best way to answer to is in the public forum, without saying any words, but just show a picture.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And everybody shut the hell up with the questions now. Until some more information comes out. You know what I mean? That compromises his position, and then he'll go a little further. Maybe do a lecture on Noble Drew Ali and his connection to the Nation of Islam or something.
What we have to do is get all those so-called scholars, right? Everyone, and I'm not saying so-called scholars. There's a lot of brothers out there who are scholars. And as a matter of fact, just to throw this out there, Brother Shaka Amos, I don't know if you heard of him. Yeah. I love that man. He's a great brother, and I have so much respect for Shaka Amos. It's crazy. He breaks things down like he's real eloquent when he breaks things down. He says things, and he's real respectful, and he's always for the people. Right. If you can get Shaka Amos, Brother Taj, Ali, if you get all these people and you just have them sit down in one spot and have them really, really break down for just a week, you have these brothers break things down, and we all could get, because you know how many people these brothers have as people who are
followers or whatever.
Followers, exactly. And you have them come up with something that we can agree upon, and then learn from that. Because if we're broken up, this is what it is. If we're broken up, like it's like the government or so-called government. I'm gonna use the term as far as all these corporations that whatever. Right. What they do is, let's say there's something that they found out in science, for example. Let's say that they found out that you could turn water green with a word. Yeah. If that word turns the water green over here, then that means they should be able to turn the water green over there. And then they let the other scientists see if that same thing happens. And they go around the world and they see if it happens. Then what they do is they all come together and they discuss, and they make it into a law or a theory or whatever it is that it is. Right. This is kind of what we got to do. We got to get all the people who are out there, who are the scholars of the community, and bring them all together and have them sit down and not in a debating way, but in a way where whatever is true information stays on the table, and whatever is not true information gets thrown out.
Yeah,
and
but
we should start at the beginning.
Yeah, the issue with that is that they can't come talking in no meeting about organizing or whatever in a dead status.
Yeah, right.
Like it ain't happening.
They still gotta learn that they not black.
Yeah, first thing they gotta do, proclaim something.
Yeah.
I don't care what you proclaim, but you need to be a national at the table. You can't be at the table as stateless person talking about organizing a nation.
Wow, you're absolutely right.
You know what I mean? But you know, if they can't get past that, then what we sitting down and talk about something for?
So then guess what? Then we establish that as a fact that stays on the table. Everyone there is a Moor. That's it. Like what else are you gonna do? You know what I mean? Like we have to get these people out their mind. All these thoughts that they have, they gotta come out and they gotta really because when you have for example, Brother Polite, G drop knowledge all day long talking about, owning houses and businesses and flipping and doing all these things.
But there's also people who drop knowledge that he's a fraud.
Yeah.
And those videos are out there too.
Yeah.
But nobody's not watching those videos, right? When these are, like we're talking about personal experience. These are people who experience with this brother.
Yeah.
And their experience, made them lose stuff that they consider stuff that, they shouldn't be losing.
Yeah.
Right? But he's not going to talk about that in the lecture. They're not going to talk about, we apologize for all those people who we stole thousands of dollars from. You know what I mean?
Yep.
All they're going to do is keep running the game on who's able to get gamed. And there's many people out there who, they getting gamed is something that they're down with.
When people don't understand that if this is our estate, we don't got to go to Brother Polite to get a house. We literally can learn the law and figure out that, or not figure out, but know that if that is, why claim the house when you can claim the land? Now what?
Exactly. And if you're gonna claim the house and not claim the land, you're incompetent.
And you don't know the law.
And you don't know the law, which is why those people lose their stuff, because you're just following what some guy did, what some guy told you. They're not studying.
There's a lot of people out there.
He wrote 80 books, so we're gonna go with what he said. What he said. What are you talking about? I don't care nothing about what 80 books that you wrote. Malachi York wrote 300 books. So where's he at?
Locked up because he didn't know the law.
Oh, you didn't know the law. Oh, well, so what's his 300 books mean right now? It don't mean nothing. You know what I mean? And out of all those books that they got, they don't have no law books to teach people the law. They teach people about all this other stuff, but they're not going to teach people about the law. You know what I'm saying?
Which is something that we're governed whether you like it or not.
Exactly. Just like with all these Treaty of Veronas and King Alfred plans or whatever, that's not something that they're waiting to do. That's something that they've been doing. They're not taking no position of, let's wait and see what happens before we they're on it. They've been on it.
They've been on it, exactly.
Right? So if they're on their game, then we need to get on our game then.
You know what I just found out? Check this out. Willie Lynch came from Haiti. Willie Lynch literally came from Haiti. So if Willie Lynch came from Haiti, wait, what was that name? How did it go? If Willie Lynch came from Haiti and they're talking about him being black or so whatever, doesn't that mean that that's part of our state as well?
Hell yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, but but for it to be part of their state, you can just go look at their flag and their coat of arms and all that. Mm-hmm. And you'll see the little soft fez on top of the coconut tree.
Man, it's just why. Why? And don't get me wrong, man. All these people who are out there in the community, even people who are religious who are out in the community trying to better the people, that's fine. Like I have no issues with that. And mind you, I watch Brother Pele and I watch and I listen to the lectures and stuff like that, and I learn. But at the same time, I understand where they're wrong. Because these guys is not all powerful beings out there who just, they're human and they need to get their information out. They have a lot of information in certain areas, which is great, which they should be dispensing and giving out to the people, but at the same time, they got to be humble and understand that they don't know everything. So, I know Brother Polite, he loves to do like, he loves to say, you know, how he humbles himself out and this and that. Well, yo, he knows a lot of stuff, but you still, I don't, what's your appellation?
Right.
You know what I mean? Something that, what's your appellation, man?
Yeah, but you know, it's like, you know, if people keep thinking that being a Moor is belonging to a group or the Moor Science Temple or something like that, and they have a negative mentality of that thing, they're not gonna have no appellation.
Yep.
Right? And that's error on their part, because this is not no group or nothing like that. Even if you call yourself even if you call yourself New Covenant, you should have El Bay on your name.
Yeah.
Even if you call yourself Nation of Islam, you still should have El Bay on your name.
Because you're born a Moor.
Because you're in your estate.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're doing activity in your estate, you should have that name. You know, no different than if you go to China, whether they're corporate people, natural people, they got names of Asians.
Yeah.
You're not talking about no, you know, oh yeah, you know, Chinese government is run by a president named Smith or whatever. You know what I mean?
The thing that I think that we, you know, we need to realize is that a lot of these people, I think their life is they're too busy. Because I don't think that they are, I don't think not all deliberately put their people into slavery. But I think that they all got to realize that this is the information that you can go on the computer and find out information like this. And if you're not a professional at something, or you may not know something, you could easily find out the information. You have Taj, Sister Raj, Sister Anna Ill, Ms. Me, I'm trying to start getting into it. You know, all these brothers out there in Nature Bay, like, come on, man, you have so much information out there, people who live it.
Yeah.
Who they wake up and this is what they're trying to do is tell people, like, it's just like Ali Muhammad, you know, he tells people about foods to eat and stuff like that. And you have what's his name? I don't know, you know, whatever, man, whatever doctors are out there that is really, you know, trying to help people. Like Yafa Bey, you get all these people that are out here trying to help people, and you're gonna tell me that you're going to literally denounce or not pay attention to the good information and keep it moving.
Yeah, but remember, this is divine.
Yeah.
So, you know, they can play games all they want to, but Allah is kicking people's asses, and they're not talking about it, because if they talk about it, people would realize that they're a fraud.
Yeah.
Trust me. And I got enough calls from people who know Ali Muhammad personally, right?
Yeah.
That verify that he gets judgment. He's not, you know, exempt from Allah's judgment.
Oh yeah.
He's gotten judgment, right? What's he getting judgment for if he's so honorable and so, you know, high and mighty on the horse and all that? You know, obviously, obviously he's compromised if he's getting judgment.
Obviously.
You know what I mean? But you know, that's not. You know, everybody has their path. You know what I'm saying? I don't care personally, because that ain't my path.
As long as the truth is out, man, that's it. No matter what. He could be doing whatever he wants. He can be doing, they could be whatever. I don't give a fuck.
That's his personal whatever. As far as the people are concerned, if, you know what I mean, like if they're not just learning, because that's all they're supposed to do. All we're supposed to do is be a sign pointing in a direction.
Exactly.
That's it. We're not supposed to be nothing else for these people. We're not supposed to be there, whatever, for them to come to and call it. You know what I mean? Like us doing this. This ain't no, you know, class and shit. This is just two Moors building.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I just happen to record it, put it out there. You know, it's not. It ain't. This is just a. You know, just like we're talking on the phone or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Right? Yeah, we might open some books and read some stuff or whatever. But that doesn't mean that, you know, this is class and this is, you know, teaching and, you know, you're going to take notes and go study after this because, you know, Kudjo said something that I never heard before or whatever. Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? It goes both ways. You know
Absolutely.
what I'm saying? It's a cycle. You know, yin and yang. Like we can't pretend like, you know, these people are. We can't pretend like they're in the best interest of the people because they do classes and lectures and invite people.
That's what I'm saying.
The
information has to be whatever it is that he got. You take that information and you can't just worship him like he knows it all.
Right.
Like no.
You know.
No. You know what? The day that I think Sanada decides to cut it out and just really focus on making these debates that, you know, Sanada sponsors and stuff like that, like he promotes. If he makes these debates real direct to at least get people to understand that they are not black. That's it. At least that.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn what else we debate about.
Yeah, but remember...
It don't matter, but as long as we could know that we are not...
Remember, they charge... Remember, they charge for lectures.
That's crazy, too.
So, you know, if you start talking certain stuff, certain people ain't coming.
Yeah.
A majority of our people are of the mindset that they're black people. That they're African. That they're, you know, spiritual beings and, you know, they don't need no nationality and stuff like that. Right? But you know, when you look at the videos, you know what I mean? Son Netter has a Moorish flag in his house.
Yeah. So,
you know, it's up to it's up for the people to make a decision. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you gonna, you know? So it's not, you know. So you can't say that he's not telling you, because as a videographer, for him to position the camera so that the flag's in the thing. Right?
You gotta know.
You gotta know something. Like he's trying to tell you something.
Yeah.
Right? He's not gonna come out of his mouth and say it because he can't.
He's a journalist, so he can't pick a side.
Pick a side. Right? He's gotta play neutral.
Yeah.
But if he has a freaking Moroccan flag in his house, that should freaking tell people something. Yeah. And if that's not telling people something, then that's on the people. You know what I mean? That's why, you know, that's why he was the intro of the first Iron Sheik album.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's Moorish album. That Black Power guy is introing. You know what I mean? Right?
True,
why is a Black Power guy introing a Moorish album for?
Yeah.
If he doesn't know, if he doesn't appreciate what, you know, and he said it himself. You know what I mean? Yeah, this is hip hop what y'all dropping. You know what I'm saying?
You're so right. You're so right.
You know, I mean, and that's not new. You know what I mean? Look at, you know, Zulu Nation changed to Zulu Kemetic Moors. Everybody honors and recognizes Africa Bambaataa as foundation. Well, yeah, well, he says
and
that...
the thing is, once you get into the history, you realize, really, you realize that this is older than that.
Yeah, exactly.
So, man, it's like...
Exactly.
We're waking up right now here first because that's what's supposed to happen. It's that simple. You can't expect a toddler to wake up and start spinning the information. Where the oldest people are, that's where the thing's gonna come from.
Exactly.
This is in scriptures, man. This is on walls. This is everywhere. Like what do people not?
Right. Yeah, but you know, and again, it comes back to that same thing that, you know, we're gonna get who we can get. You know what I mean? And everybody else, don't worry, keep the doors open, because you're going to need 16 secretaries to write down the names of these people when they start running in this place, because they're getting their ass kicked.
16 secretaries, yeah.
It will happen.
You
You know what I mean? It will happen. It's gonna happen that these people are gonna be running to this eventually because they're gonna have nowhere else to run to.
Says right here,
You know?
money will be burnt in the streets and we won't be able to buy much. And when I put my spirit in the streets, you won't be able to sell your cars for 25 cents.
Right? You know?
It's going down. It's happening now.
It's going down.
It's
It's manifesting. It's manifesting.
It's happening right now. And I just sit back, I'm just laughing my ass off because, you know, life is gonna be good for those who are in tune with nature, who are in tune with what's going on the planet. This is you know, it's just the way it is.
Yeah, that's just the way it is.
The way it is.
That's the way it is, bro. You know. But yeah, get myself in order. Got a couple things to do and stuff like that.
Alright, my brother.
But yo, give thanks, fam, and you know, just continue with the learning, bro. Cause trust me, it's good. It's good to see, you know what I mean, young brothers and sisters coming into this like it's theirs. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Not on some, like you're saying, not on some. This is some religion or whatever. We got stone stuff to prove that this is legitimate.
Man, there's rocks that are hundreds of thousands of years old that have fezzes on.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah. So we'll continue to build more.
Alright, brother.
Alright, stay strong.
Peace and love, man. Thank you.
Peace and love, more. No problem. Anytime. Thank you.
Alright, brother.
Peace.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Everything's peaceful, more. No worries. You know what I mean? You know how it goes already.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Oh,
so we're just, yeah. Well, at least we got audio, so we'll do this until.
All right. So yeah, so I got a list of things. It's not too long, but you know, I've been watching the videos, and I actually have fell behind a bit. I ain't gonna lie, because I've been so busy. Like, I think when I had that job, when I was telling you about trying to sign in the natural person, X-Rail, this and that, when I was working back in December,
right.
I lost track of a lot of stuff. I was working like 60 hours a week, so it's like y'all spit out videos like every time you blink your eyes, you know what I'm saying? So I got quite a bit catching up to do. So
no, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, we're good now.
Alright, so let me first tell you about a couple things. Like the last video that I was looking at was well, not the last one, but I took a note where in the Canaanland Friday class, proof of rich work.
Yeah.
I'm not sure their names, but I've heard their voices before in another video. They did like sessions with you a couple of times.
Yeah.
They would give their accounts about going to the bank and how they get the tax thing rich, right? And I was like, oh, you know what? I had a story similar to that when she was talking about with the bank and the thumbprint thing. So it's different because what I did was basically reserve all my rights on the check. And it wasn't even a big deal because I didn't have to put my thumb on there. So what it was, when I put the all right reserved stamp on there, they never seen that before. So she looked at me and she was like, what is this? And I was like, oh, I'm just reserving my rights, no big deal. And she was like, okay, whatever. So they let me do it the first couple times, but when I came back around, I'll say like the fourth time I did it again, that's when she wanted to say, oh, by the way, we got someone told us that, didn't even tell me who, just like, yeah, someone told us that you can't do that anymore because it's not allowed. I'm like, what? Wait a minute. Well, you can't do that because, babe, I'm reserving my rights. You can't tell me I can't do this. I've been doing this for the past couple times. Now you want to say I can't do it? Yeah, I'm sorry, you just can't do it. And I'm like, well, I tell you what, I'm gonna stamp it anyway. Y'all gonna take it, or you know, it's gonna be a problem. Not like a negative. I'm just saying it's gonna be a problem since y'all gonna get in trouble. Right. Just like, look, y'all not gonna do it. Or you can't cash the check. So bottom line, they refused to do it. They wouldn't do it that day. So I home and put a rig together and all this type of stuff. But then what I said I was gonna do instead was go to another bank, the same bank, different location. Right. Now I did this other bank. They didn't give me no problem with the same thing. Like probably around the third time they started asking me the same stuff. Now it's the same bank, just a different location. Yeah. So they didn't tell me I couldn't do it, but I just didn't want to have any hassle again. So for the third and final time, I just went to another location. It's all close within my area. Yeah. When I went to this location, this is what happened. When I stamped it, they looked at it crazy and it was just like, okay, no big deal. I'm gonna tell you what I did. Like by me stamping that, now all the banks in my area, they have this thing in the upper right-hand corner because the whole issue was they were saying, well, when you do that, you're making it a non-negotiable item. And I'm like, yeah, well, I don't want to negotiate. I just want to cash a check so I can get it.
Right.
You know? Right. So it's like I just admitted to the fraud by saying, okay, we want you to accept the fact that you're the straw man, but it's like, okay, when you do that, you're not holding yourself accountable anymore.
Right.
But now all the checks, they never did this in the 10 years I've been living here. Now all the checks where you withdraw money from, in the upper right-hand corner it says non-negotiable instrument. So it's like you stamping that and putting X real or whatever, they don't care anymore because they got it in bold black. But that still doesn't hold up because by me doing an appropriate persona, my authority has more weight on that check than what they said. Exactly. So I just thought it was kind of funny though because it's like by me doing that, now all the banks in the area, like I go to, even if it's somewhere in another county, it's like they got the memo to one another. They might have some, I know they had some sort of meeting like,
for sure.
You know what I'm saying? That was just kind of funny to me. But yeah, when she mentioned it, I thought about that story that I had, like incident, and
right, and that's where you know, like Moors have to be at, you know.
Yeah, this is true, man. But
that's
just
where Moors have to be at.
Knowing that type of power, you know.
Right. Exactly.
And it seemed minor and insignificant, but even though that small little change was still something, to me it was. I feel like that was quite an accomplishment because I stood on my square.
Exactly.
So yeah. Exactly. All right. What else I got here? All right. Now here's a question I have in reference to you guys. Now I know you've been over this numerous times, and even in that particular class you had with the proof that rich work, you mentioned that about the U.S., what it means in reference to the U.S. versus the actual United States of America, the of and the republic and all this stuff. I understand that, but there was I had a reference from, let me see, I ordered some books off of the RV Bay publications, and in one of the pamphlets it was saying basically that the U.S. doesn't stand for United States, it stands for Union State Society. Right. Now, is there a differentiation between the two, or is that correct?
Well, Union States is just the origin of it, right? Because remember, the United States, the corporate jurisdictions, the republics, right, were initially colonies. That were in union. So these colonies coming together are union states. Right?
Yeah.
And the U.S. is how the Union States does business today.
All right.
Because they overthrew the republics. Because remember, that's a European infight. Like how they say Moors are infighting. How come Moors can't unite or whatever? Right? On the European side, they have their own infight.
So that's like I guess a faction within their camp. As far as like the Union versus the U.S.
Right, well, the U.S. is private corporation, separate from the Union States. The Union States is you know, those Europeans who got permission to come here. And then they did the treaty, and you know, they paid their tributes and all this, right? So there's those Europeans, and then there's the Europeans that infiltrated that and are using and used the power of the republic to create democracies in order to take over the government.
All right. Okay. All right, that makes sense.
So when we look at like okay, hold on one second. Yeah. Right. So, for example, James Trafficant, bankruptcy speech, right? It is an established fact that the United States federal government has been dissolved by the Emergency Banking Act, March 9th, 1933, declared by President Roosevelt being bankrupt and insolvent. The sovereign authority of the United States and the official capacities of all United States governmental offices, officers, and departments, and is further evidence that the United States federal government exists today in name only. The receivers of the United States bankruptcy are the international bankers via the United Nations, the World Bank, and the International Monetary Fund. All United States offices, officials, and departments are now operating within a de facto status in name only under emergency war powers. With the constitutional Republican form of government now dissolved, the receivers of the bankruptcy have adopted a new form of government for the United States.
Yeah, you read that
right.
in the same video too. I think someone saying basically the signature is what it's like we should be able to just discharge anything really, because it's like if it's bankrupt, how can they give us credit for something that's not even there to begin with?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But with that illustration, you're just showing that how the U.S. is in fact, I know it's corporation, but in reference to the Union states, I guess those were the only legitimate states before it became U.S. corporation,
before
right?
Corporation, right?
So
Because there were legitimate states.
Okay.
But the Union, those states were strictly for Europeans. It has nothing to do with us. You know what I mean? We set that up as the Union states, the states that are in the Union, just like United States, the states that are united.
Yeah, I remember that too.
Not the corporation. You know, so Brazil is the United States.
Just like you say, Kudjo of the L. I remember that part.
Right. Yeah. Right. You know what I'm saying? So, like, we don't have to get lost in the game of which government should we show allegiance to and which whatever, because we're before them. Right? What we know is what we know what we originally set up with the arrangement with these Europeans that were coming over here. Right?
Yeah.
That's what Europeans in America are supposed to be following. If they're following anything else, it's democracy.
Okay.
Right? Which James Trafficant tells you that the only reason that they brought the democracy is because the republics were dissolved.
For them it was dissolved.
For them, yeah, because that only has to do with them.
Okay.
Right? So if it's dissolved, right, which means they lost their sovereign power, then automatically they become ipso jure more subjects. Right?
Yeah.
Because the Code of Laws of the United States on citizenship says that if you can't prove foreign citizenship, which they can't prove, right? Because if they prove it, then they got to go back to where they come from. They can't stay here.
Can't be subjects.
The only way that they're going to be here is if they're subjects.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I got it now.
You know what I mean?
The confusion just came in. I was just saying, okay, how many different things does the U.S. stand for? Is it the United States Corporation, or is it Union States, or is, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And it kept throwing me off because now I got like a full, thorough grasp of the context of when you say of and when you say the republic and all that stuff. Because of can still mean republic just based on the context of saying, okay, it's like when you was giving that illustration of Kudjo of the L family in the United States of the Americas, meaning that they're the United States of the America. But I always think about the way I was first came into this information. It was like, okay, anytime you see of, no, it's corporation. Right. So I just back and just put that with everything. So it's not necessarily the case all the time, because I've written rich where it would say the territory of Georgia, and it's like when I put the territory, that's it's not a corporate term. You can use territory as well as republic, but it's just based on, I guess, what you used before you put that in there.
Yeah.
But it can get a bit confusing at times when you don't really know what context of is written whenever you read it. You know what I'm saying? Is it written in the context of a bankrupt nation, or is it written in the context of this is a republic of, not the other type of, you know?
Yeah, but if we look at it from the speech, right? Yeah. If we use the speech as a reference.
Yeah, right? I know I put it in the speech.
Yeah, if we use the speech as a reference, you know, regardless, it's dissolved. Whether it's of, whether it's republic, whether it's whatever. It's bankrupt and insolvent.
Mm-hmm.
So anybody repping that is a fraud. Because you're representing a bankrupt entity. Because remember, like we're Aboriginal and Indigenous, so we're not included in that bankruptcy that went down.
That was something we sell for them, but they messed that up.
They messed that up.
Okay.
Right? They messed that up.
But that same constitution that's dissolved, isn't that also ours as well?
It's not ours that we're using it as a guideline for ourselves. It's ours in the sense of we help bring that into fruition.
Oh, okay.
But it's not for us to follow. It's for us to use to keep the Europeans in order. You know, the ones that are wayward, the ones that are saying this is democracy, and you know what I mean. You know, you can't. We have. You know, they're gonna say United States government, but they're not gonna say republic. They're gonna say democracy. Which, if you're saying United States government, you have to say republic. You can't say United States government democracy.
Yeah.
Like you can't. Yeah. Like. Right. That's why, you know, at the end of the speech, right, he tells everybody, wake up America, take back your country. Right? Now if he knows all this, he knows that the American aren't Europeans.
Because why would they take it back if they're already in possession of their quote-unquote country? You know?
Right? He's not talking to Europeans. He's directly talking to so-called Negro, black, colored people who are messing around. Because if he knows this much, right? If he knows this much, and they're going to lock him up for 7 years or 9 years or whatever, trump up some stuff and just lock him up for 9 years, right? Remember, anybody who talks about the bankruptcy of the United States has the history of Noble Drew Ali and the Pan American Conference. There's no way that the history of the bankruptcy of the United States is going to be on somebody's, you know, study material, and they don't have any knowledge of that Pan American Conference and Noble Drew Ali and, you know, the impact that him coming and saying that we're not Negro, black, colored is. Right?
Yeah.
They have to know if he's gonna, and then that's why they attacked him. Right? Because, you know, if you get this far, especially our people, the true Americans, if the Americans get this far, United States bankruptcy speech, eventually they're going to bump into Noble Drew Ali. And that's going to be a problem.
It's pretty much a wrap.
Right? Yeah. It's a wrap once you find out about Noble Drew Ali and his connection to this.
Yeah, he's been very well there. I remember my first time I actually seen, just even hearing about him, was, not to get off topic, but I remember first time I actually seen a picture of him, and it was funny that it came back to my mind, was it was a brief scene, remember in the movie House Party 3, I think?
Yeah.
Like when they went to college and like Kid and Play was looking around, he was showing like the fraternities doing step, and it was nuts. Right?
Yeah.
He had people here, it was Black Power. He had another scene with the people. They had like this poster. It was no Drew Ali. It was like for one quick second, and went to the next scene. But I don't know. It was kind of funny that came back to my mind like that. But
was that House Party 3?
I don't think it was 3. I think 3 was when he got married. So there might have been 2, but that's when he went to college.
Yeah, when he went to college, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the roommate.
Check that one out again.
I've been seeing a lot more stuff like how I've been like having this urge to go back and watch older movies for whatever reason. I've been seeing all this more stuff. Like I watched this movie for the first time called I think it's called what's the term called? And it's like a South Colombian movie about the black Negro fourth. Got 1 second real quick.
Yeah.
It's called it's called Orpheus Negro Black Orpheus. 1959. I might be pronouncing the name wrong. It's ORFEU, Orpheus Negro Black Orpheus. And basically, Orpheus spelled ORPHEUS. And basically in the movie, like all throughout the movie, it shows the culture of the Moors, but it's not direct. But it's really a love story. But I just remember seeing the scene where this guy run into like it was like in South Colombia. He runs into the building. He has a fence on plain as day, and he's a dark skinned man, like real dark. And he's trying to sell this guy this vinyl record player. He's like, yeah, buy it, but he just saying like the fact his attire was Moorish, and they threw that in there. And this is like a 1959 movie, and just the whole movie had little scenes like that. But all right, man, that answered my question for the Union 6 thing, though. I appreciate that. And let me ask you this too: with us using that Constitution as a reference point to right writs or even defend ourselves when we go to court, does that? I mean, I know it still holds up valid because I've used it a few times in different situations. I see how much it works, but how is it able to hold up valid since it is a dissolved Constitution in reference to them, but also in reference to us as well as Moors? Well, how's that able to still hold up if it's dissolved? What I'm asking.
Well, because they instituted a democracy, which is fraudulent, right?
Oh, they did that.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought we did. That was the whole Bankruptcy Act.
Yeah, that was the whole Bankruptcy Act. That they made the republic a democracy.
Okay.
In order to get the people to think that the government is still operational and functional, and we got, a reserve, and we got, governmental offices or whatever when they were dissolved. Since back then. Right? And then that's where the whole 14th Amendment thing comes in, where they, make people corporate people in order to take their energy, and then they use the energy as the collateral in order to create the fiat.
Which was really never even ratified, right? The 14th.
Right, exactly.
Okay. With this energy, like, by this time, we should have, let's say if they actually was trying to build back up their government to something that was legitimate, wouldn't it be by this time, like, all the energies that they've obtained from all these different straw mans and people that's been born and they pretty much conned everybody, it seems like not only would they have had enough energy or quote-unquote money to put the system back into a legitimate government, they would have been pretty much overwent. They should have been past that mark. So it's even about them actually trying to restore their government into an actual government, or is it really at this point about we don't even care about that anymore? We just want to just enslave everybody. What's the point when we can just enslave?
Yeah, it's just to keep everybody enslaved.
So it was never an issue of them trying to say, let's build back our system back to a real government, then we'll stop this whole straw man thing.
Yeah, because if they wanted to go back to a real government, they would just talk to the prophet. But then they got him out the way, so who they gonna talk to? Ain't nobody standing up as the true heir of the estate. Nobody's playing the position as sultan after Noble Drew Ali passed.
Yeah.
Right? The only individual they can go to is an heir to the estate. But if all the heirs think that they're black, Negro, colored, whatever, then there's nobody to go to. So they take it on themselves to be the caretakers of the government. But instead, you know, they can't really do that because they're not the government. The people are the government. And the people who are you know, the government are Europeans who were being enslaved by the Moors and got permission from the Sultan, right, who's supposed to be across the Atlantic, to come over here, which is a separate jurisdiction. Say that again?
No, so my bad. I was saying, I thought the Sultan who had gave them permission to be here was already over here in the Americas, because remember the story about how the Moors there were Moors who pretty much were in opposition about that, because they were saying, like, look what happened when they were back in Spain or whatever. Like, they want to bring that same stuff over here. Like, we shouldn't do that. But remember, the Sultan was pretty much saying he gave them permission to do it basically. But wasn't the Sultan over here when he gave them permission to settle over here, or was he over across these, like you were saying, across the Atlantic? Or when you said Atlantic, over here?
Yeah, over there.
Over there, as in Spain, in Europe?
As in, over there, as in the, well, we'll say the jurisdiction of the Ottoman Empire.
Okay.
Right? Because after the Moors fell in 1492, that's who took over. And then those guys got infiltrated, and then they had splits, which is why you have this whole Middle East fraud, right? Because all that's Moroccan Empire too. That was brought down to the Ottoman Empire, that was brought down to the Turkish Empire. But remember, all these individuals have some type of relation, connection, whatever, with some European country, which were the ones that said, we're leaving Europe and we're going to come over here. And we're going to use the power of the Sultan to come over here and establish ourselves and establish sovereign governments and be able to live in peace with these people who are over here already, that already had their own government, that already had all their own everything else, right? Because remember, the connection as well is that these Europeans were learning from the indigenous people over here in order to get their mind right to have a government and know what government is, right? And once they found out what government was and they recognized what it was, then they went and got their permission from the highest authority. Because if the highest authority recognizes you as a government, then everybody else will.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like if you dress the part, you might get the job. You know what I mean? If you go up in there, you know, and you have the qualifications, but you don't look the part, you might not get. They might look at you like, sorry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But if you play the part, you know, and then that's the same thing with the infiltration. The infiltrated people recognize the part that they have to play. So it was easy for them to step in, create something new, have everybody think that that's what it really is, because, you know, there was this emergency, and so we're going to put up this act, and, you know, the Great Depression, and we're going to get things better because, you know, we're going to create this new money, and when the people don't even know that they're the money. And then by that time, it's not just, you know, Negro, black, colored people, but anybody else who's coming over here is now going to have to subjugate themselves through that 14th Amendment window in order to be a citizen of somewhere where people who are foreign to here, majority of them are Moors. And they have jurisdiction here. Because this is the Moroccan Empire too. They don't have to go through the people who say that they're the government. Especially when they're coming from where they're coming from. You know, their history teaches them that governments are republics. And then they come over here and then it's a democracy. But they don't not deal with it. They still deal with it because they know they can go back to their republic anytime that they want to when they feel threatened or whatever, they can leave. Whereas us, we're stuck here if something goes down.
And it's like a business playground, basically. Come in, get your money, and go back home.
And go back home. That's what it's become, because the Moors took the position of, you know, sit back, put their feet up, you know, yeah, let the Europeans run it. Because they have the power right now. You know what I mean? We taught them what they know, so let them do the stuff. You know, when it wasn't about them doing anything.
Yeah.
You know, it was about us doing it. But that's what happens when you create a slave. You get lazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Alright, man, appreciate it. Now, next question I had. You know, a lot of times when we speak of Europeans being Moors, and I know if you don't, even if you're washed up on shore here, you forgot what your nationality was, you're automatically Moor just by that alone. You're more sick, or you become naturalized by a national. But my question is, what's the difference? Because the last video that I actually watched, that I haven't really even put notes on that video yet, because ironically, as soon as I finished the video, my computer just shut off.
Yeah.
And it was down for like 2 days, you know, so I just got it back on yesterday. But what was the difference between when you mentioned, like you were saying, well, not you weren't saying it, but basically it was someone in the crowd reading the definition of free white person, right?
Yeah.
And it was just going down the list, like all these individuals who are considered free white persons, but say Caucasians are not considered free white persons. They just call themselves white people. Or they'll say, I'm a white man, you know what I'm saying? They don't say free persons. But isn't Europeans, well, what's the difference between European and Caucasian? I always thought that was like the same thing. But for the Europeans to be able to be considered more than Caucasians, not considered Moors, can Caucasians ever be considered Moors? The first part of the question is, what's the difference between Europeans and Caucasians? Second part is, can Caucasians ever be considered Moors? That's it.
Okay, Europeans and Caucasians. Okay, Europeans are really us.
Okay.
Right? Caucasians are the people from the Caucasus Mountains. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Caucasians can be considered Moors if they naturalize, like you're saying. They take on the Moorish clothing because they really don't have anywhere. And they can't be anybody else but, you know, connected to who created them. So they don't have any option but to deal with us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I just got confused with the European thing, because I know we were the original Europeans, but when I was hearing it at the time, I'm thinking in the context, okay, when they say Europeans, they're talking about the Europeans that we think of in the context of them in Spain, this and that. So when they go down that list and they name like the Scandinavians, the this, the that, the this, the that, those are the ones who are free white persons, but the Caucasians aren't. My mind is automatically just kind of conflicted Europeans and Caucasians. I'm like, so is that the same thing or is it different now? Which I knew about the Caucasus Mountains and all that, but I thought Europeans were the same thing. They came from Caucasus Mountains, but now I see what was meant by that. So when they say Europeans, they were saying in the context of the Moors, because I know we were the original Europeans before they took that title. Right,
and remember as well, just like they say, black nobility. Right? Like Asiatics talk, when they say black nobility, right? Dark-skinned people think that they're talking about them. When the black nobility of Europe are Caucasians that were brought in. The black nobility of Europe isn't dark-skinned people. The black nobility of Europe is Europeans, is pale people.
Yeah, that's right. Cause the pale bleached out. I know that.
That were adopted into government.
Okay.
Same thing like the Aboriginal governments over here, and then the 13 colonies. They were absorbed into government, and then when they got absorbed into government, they just took over.
Yeah, I got it. So that's what the Sultan was saying. Basically, when he gave them permission to be over here, they were restrained to stay within those 13 colonies. They
Right.
could just spread out everywhere. It's just like, okay, you could be here, but you gotta stay in this section. You can't just be all over.
Right.
Okay, this and that. But they flipped it and made it like through contract and corporation spread out basically.
Right.
So,
Yeah. So, and on top of the contracts with the so-called Indians and all that, right? Because that was part of the fraud too. Misclassify people.
the bull is
So they can expand using the doctrine of discovery. You know what I mean? It's expansion. It's like out here. There's a like a donut shop, coffee shop, right? Called Tim Hortons. Tim Hortons Coffee, right? Tim Hortons Company, right? And at one time, they were like when we were in high school, they weren't all over. Now they're everywhere. You can't go anywhere without seeing one of these spots. Right?
Sound like Dunkin' Donuts and Krispy Kreme.
Right, exactly. You know what I mean? They're just everywhere. And then there's people lining up. There's people wasting gas to go buy some coffee and donuts or whatever, or a bagel that they make at home. You know what I'm saying? Right? But using them to show expansion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Constant expansion. And then they've expanded so much on the earth that now they're expanding, going that way now. They're expanding vertical now. Because there's no more earth space. Like they're touching waters everywhere. Right? Now once you touch waters, like you're not building nothing on water.
Wait, say it again.
You're not building anything on water.
Oh, okay, yeah, I didn't get it last part.
Right? But you can build stuff from earth going up as high as you could go. Which is where they're going, claiming airspace now.
Onto the moon, on the Mars.
Yeah, claiming airspace. Because they can't claim any more land space. There's no more land space to claim.
Fraudulent.
Yeah, unless they do it fraudulently. Because there's people all over the world that are claiming their land space. So people can't just come and cheat anymore. Especially Europeans.
Okay. When they started doing that, was the Sultan that gave them permission to spread out like that, was he dead before they started doing that? Or was he still allowed to see like, oh man, I made a mistake by giving them those 13 colonies, or was he already passed?
Well, I mean, like ultimately it was a mistake. Right? Regardless, it was a mistake. But it was a mistake based on our errors, which is why I could see why he did it. Because there was no option. Right? You have Moors kidnapping Europeans, just sailing and all this type of stuff, right? And then we're going to threaten pale people to give up whatever it is that they got from us anyways, right? In order to get their people back and get their boats back and get their whatever it is that we took from them back, right?
Kidnapping in the place too, like kidnapping. I remember you saying kidnapping was when European children, well, in the context of European Caucasian or whatever, their children were taken into slavery to be slaves. A lot of children were coming up missing because they were taken as slaves, kidnapped.
Right. You know, so we caused, you know, like it was an error on everybody's part. Right? Everybody had something to do with this conflict that was going on. Right? Everybody had something to do with it. Nobody's an innocent party. Right? All the nations compromised each other. Right? But the real fight was between the Europeans or the pale people and the dark-skinned people. That was the real conflict. Everybody else's conflict comes out of this conflict. That's been going on forever. Ever since we created them, there's been conflict. Right? So being that there was all this conflict, Sultan took it on himself to end the conflict. Right? Let's end the conflict. Forget putting them in slavery. Forget, you know, them retaliating against us or whatever like that. Let's cancel all debts right now and go back to what it used to be when the Moors took the Europeans out of the Dark Ages, and, you know, before 1492 when everybody was living all right.
Renaissance period.
You know what I mean? Like there wasn't any you know, like mass genocide and whatever. It was a world of learning during certain periods on the earth plane. You know what I mean? On certain periods of the earth plane, it was learning. The wars were learning. The poverty was learning. The whatever injustices was learning. And then we got out of that. You know, we got out of you know, let's say we started marketing everything. We started selling stuff. We started creating situations that didn't exist before. Right? And, you know, when you create a situation, stuff blows up sometimes.
Okay, what exactly is meant by when you say we started marketing and creating? Do you mean like in a corporate capacity? Like
in the sense of like the sense of how, you know, people buy into religions and people buy into different spiritual systems, schools of thought, whatever like that. You know what I mean? You know, we started trading these things that aren't tradable. You know what I mean? Conceptual things we made tangible. You know what I'm saying? And once you make it tangible, like, it's gonna be corrupted. That's just what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? You know?
Yeah. Alright, then, let me ask you just real quick. It's like, this is real small right here in reference. I ain't even wrote this down, I just thought about it because when you was talking about black meaning pale, bleached out, which I know that it's like always kind of confusing for me to, well, not confusing, but I'll be trying to find ways to explain to somebody that's just coming into this. I break down certain things to them. Like, black means pale, bleached out. White is a status, but it's also understood to be the color, as in, we're not even really a color, but, you know, technically we refer to white as like, this piece of paper is white, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, its cup is white, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
What would you consider, if black is pale, bleached out, what color is my shirt that I have on right now? Like, I get that sometimes. People just ask that simple question. And I'll just be like, well, it's dark. You know what I'm saying? Because black is pale bleached out. It's still considered to be a black shirt because it's not pale bleached out what I got on right now.
Right.
Just like the shirt you got on is black, or what we consider black, but really it's not black, you know, because it's pale bleached out.
Right.
So would this be like Amistad, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, well, you know, you could look at indigo. You know what I mean?
Almost.
Yeah, it's just shadow. You know, like, shadows are black. but you don't call them black.
Yeah. That's just the source where we just talk and say that all the time. It's not. So this is never black. None of this is ever black.
Yeah.
I was thinking
that's a creative concept.
Terminology.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, for remember that, you know, they have dictionaries where black is a noun.
Mm-hmm. But it has to be attached with something, right?
Well, I mean, depends, because it's up to interpretation. Because they're dealing with connotations, not denotations. So there's no foundation for it. So they can say black and talk about your shirt, then talk about a shadow, then talk about the universe, and not even identify what part of speech they're talking about. Because people's mind frame is not on etymology. Right?
Yes.
You know, if the people's mentality is on etymology, you would look at things differently. You know, everything would be looked at from a different perspective.
Yeah.
If etymology is the foundation. You know? Right.
It's kind of fun, I guess, if allows people to be doing like these movements. They might have a little, even though it wouldn't be all the way, it wouldn't be as much power as the Moors if they would claim to be Moors, but they would be a step ahead by saying indigo power or Amistad power instead of black power.
Yeah, because I mean, if you're talking about, you know, like for example, like they say, black power, right?
Pale bleached out power.
Right, pale bleached out power. And that's what you're saying. You know what I mean? It's nothing personal.
Yeah.
You know, that's what the word is. Like if you say, you know, you're gonna use this word to identify your power, right? You should know the etymology of that word that you're using, you know? Yeah. But then when you go to Noble Drew Ali, he tells you that power is an illusion. So even if black wasn't legitimate, the fact that you're calling it power, you still lose. Because power is an illusion. It's really about force.
Mm-hmm.
And Noble Drew Ali taught that. But if they're gonna deny him, then they're not gonna know that, you know, they're saying, you know, black illusion when they say black power. Right?
Yeah. Alright, I appreciate it, man. That's a good response to that. I understand it now. So I know what to say if a person just coming in, I'm trying to break certain things down, because it's a real simple question. But that did kind of throw me off for a second. It threw me off for a second because at first I told them, like, well, you know, technically Amistad, you can say Amistad, that's like the first thing that came to my mind, but I didn't know if that was 100% accurate. But telling them that black is pale bleached out, you can check it for yourself. Like, basically, don't believe anything I said. Just, you know, look it up, research it for yourself. But I still felt like that was kind of an incomplete answer because I know what we were taught to understand what black meant. Yeah, so now I break it down to them. Just like you were saying, in the end, we could technically be considered Indian because Indian breaks down to indigo, which indigo means dark. Right. But we're not Indian, though, because dark is not a noun. It's considered to be an adjective.
Right, it describes, right.
Yeah,
exactly.
Describe.
You know, it's just like, you know, the reason why they're fighting the definition that Moors present is because they think they're that. They think they're black people.
Yeah,
right? Yeah. They think they're black people. So when you tell them what black means pale, you know, they're in a state of limbo, right? Because they're taught that they're black people, but black means pale, and clearly they're not pale.
Yeah.
Right. So the other one that you could use is blackamoor.
Yeah, that's what I'm
so
saying.
You know, I understand you're fighting the fact that you're a black person. All right, cool. So let's look up black. If you say that you're a black, we'll look up black. And then if you say that we're black, we'll look up blackamoor. And then you pick which one you want to be.
Yeah.
Because those are the two identifications. right? As far as black being related to people, right? That's the only two identifications. The term black or blackamoor. People who call themselves quote unquote black or Negro or colored, right? Forget the people who call themselves African, because that's a separate sort of jurisdiction.
Which African still is more orthodox, you know.
Right, because of the synonymous nature.
Yeah.
Right? So we're not going to talk about the African people, just the people who say they're Negro, black, colored. Right? Negro is black and black is black. Right? Colored is anything varnished, stained, dyed, whatever. So all these terms are adjectives describing something. Right?
Yeah.
So what do you want to be? The adjective that's describing something, or do you want to attach the adjective to the actual thing you're describing? And then be the thing that you're describing, opposed to being the tag of the thing being described. And then they pick. And if they choose, if they want to be black, then you leave them alone. Because ain't nothing you're going to tell them. You know what I mean? Go to the next person. Because there's nothing you're going to tell that individual if they believe to themselves that they're black. They're done for. Ain't nothing you can do for them. Right? Like if you hear that black means pale and you don't immediately change that mentality that you're a black person, then there's nothing, nobody can do anything for you. You're done for.
You know what's so slick about that too? Because the way society's been set up psychologically, it's like if you learn this type of information, you're trying to tell people this, and it's like, well, I'm not black anymore, I'm this and that, right? And you coming into some knowledge, and it's like they look at it like you're in a certain position where you actually gain more things, but they'll look at it like, oh man, you think, you know, he or she acting bougie, you think just because he's starting to get things now, he ain't black anymore, you think he want no quote unquote white people.
Right.
And it's like you hear that it's not being said something like that in the context. You're just saying literally you're not black because you're not pale bleached out for one.
Right.
You can't be adjective, even if you were quote unquote black, you still wouldn't be black because black isn't a nationality. Black is just an adjective describing.
Simple as that.
Like they look at you like, you know, oh, like we mean like you've been black up until this point your whole life, and now you saying you're not black. So it's like the way society's been set up to make you sound crazy by even saying that fact.
Yeah.
It's simple.
But then when you look at it too, even before when we called ourselves black, we weren't black.
No.
It's not like we were black and then we come into Moorish information, so now we're not black.
Mm-hmm.
We were never black.
Yeah.
Because black always meant pale bleached out, and we never been pale bleached out people.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you can say Beyonce's black right now.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you can say Lil' Kim's black. You can say, you know,
shoot, yellow. I was just talking
you know,
about
like,
that.
you know,
Like,
yeah, because they're bleached out. So yeah, you can say that they're black. You know, Sammy Sosa's black.
Yeah. That's,
You know what I'm saying?
I was talking about that last night, man. Like in the car with my mom, like, man, you know what? I was saying when you get to a certain success, it just seems like they automatically just start bleaching people when you really made a certain. When I say success, I mean that contextually in the sense that you're always in the public eye, this and that. They always showcasing you in the public size. But it's like, I be thinking they have means like, all right, now you hit the big time, we gotta bleach you up some, and, you know, so they go down in history that you look like us, you know.
Right.
Or more yellow, which like the Simpsons and some stuff. But
Yeah.
Like, that's great.
You know,
So, yeah.
that's where it is. That's where it is. You know. Just like you're saying, you know, the Orpheus, Negro, Black Orpheus.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And there's a brother in there with fez on. Right? But I'm sure throughout that movie, you know, there's no real connection to him being black.
Nah. they said,
You know?
they would say black here and there, but they would use certain words, because it was all Spanish, Latin stuff, but it was so off, like the whole culture was surrounded by Moors, like even the artwork, like it's a good movie, you should check it out sometime.
For real, I'm gonna do that. No, I wrote it down, I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check it out. But it sounds
I'm
interesting.
sure I missed it. So I'm watching the time.
It's all
Alright,
good.
yeah.
It's all good. Yeah.
Well, good breakdown. I'm not tell the next person because I already knew what it meant in my heart, but it's like trying to explain it to someone that doesn't really have the ears at the time to hear, but you really want to break it down to them to make that light bulb go off, and they can be like, oh, no, let me not go deeper into this. If I'm not black, then what am I? Then I can
exactly.
go about the Moors, and I can tell them this and that. So,
and that's the mentality. You know what I mean? Like, you know, we've been Moors.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like we're not that. We just started adopting all these other things and claim to be that.
We're really been taught that. It's not like we willingly adopted that. It's just, you know, we weren't allowed to read at one time, and you got the Trail of Tears, and I was called, you know, after that point called Indians, and then called Negro, and all these other brands and stuff.
But you know, keep in mind that wasn't everybody. That wasn't across the board. All dark-skinned people were known as this. You know what I mean? That was just the ones that accepted it. Because there's ones that didn't accept being called those labels. You know what I mean? There's ones that refuse to be called those labels. You know, there's I remember
like when inventing stuff during the time, like they had to not have that label in order to patent certain inventions they made.
Right.
It's like they were like I think Augustus Morgan, I believe, was he one because he invented the gas mask, the traffic light. He was a Morgan. He invented I think open heart, not invented, but he did the first open heart surgery or something like that.
Right.
I don't know if he invented the gas mask and the traffic light, but with that example though, just illustrating the point that for him to know, be able to patent stuff, he wouldn't have been in that status of black or consider himself black. Or at least on paper it would have said more, I believe. I think he gave you another example of that a while ago about inventions. He was just saying how people were inventing stuff, but they weren't in that black Negro status.
Right.
For people who were black Negro status and they were slaves in the time. But these are free people walking around look just like us.
Exactly.
So, alright. You know, when you're saying like we invented, or we created, not invented, but we created the Caucasian, right? Were there any people, alright, what about like the Unifying? Those people, not European, but Caucasians, because you know the whole story about which, depending on which angle you look at this at, it could be subliminal or it can be literally taken as this issue of, in Jacob, I know I said it wrong, but you know, something like Jacob and his brother were in the womb together, right?
Yeah.
You know, took his birthright, grabbed the heel of his foot, and he came out. One was like, had the red hair, and he was like pale or whatever, and the other one was the darker one. Whatever.
Yeah.
Was that really technically the first reference to the quote unquote, I don't say quote unquote, the actual pale man coming onto the scene, or the pale man never came into the scene until we created the pale man? Not even albino, just when we created, that's when the first pale man came into the scene.
Yeah. Oh, just so you can just turn on your volume a little. I'm getting some.
My bad.
No, it's all good.
Alright, it's good.
Yeah. Alright. There was a creation before that story is from an ancient story, right? That's not something being told in that book. That's an adopted story. You know, as far as, you know, this creation of the European. You know, it's just like Darwin. Darwin told everybody, yeah, we come from monkeys.
Yeah.
He told everybody. You know what I mean? But people's mentality is he's talking about everybody. He's not talking about everybody. You know what I mean? He's talking about his people. You know? And you know, the missing link is them. The missing link was him. But he's not looking at himself as part of the chain, so he doesn't know that he's the link. Or maybe he found out that he's the link and took himself out the chain to create this new marketable school of thought.
Like I was really type.
Right? Like, because, if he's gonna admit that people come from monkeys, right? There should be technically no monkeys then.
Exactly.
Because all of them should be just evolving into people and walking around.
Yeah.
Right? So, but since that's not the case, and he still said that, then he's getting that idea from somewhere relating these particular living beings with monkeys. You know what I mean? And then make them draw the picture with the monkey turned into the caveman and all that.
Yeah, that never just said right. I just think like if that's the case, why are we not seeing people who are involved in that? Like, why are we not seeing people that's like 7 foot tall with like literally a third eyeball popping out their head? Right. It's like, like before we involved in this, we look like these guys walking around now with 2 eyeballs.
Exactly. They're not coming back into manifestation, so how is this? Yeah. Right? So, and a good one again is Bobby Hammett, Human Artificial.
Oh, I saw some of that.
Yeah.
I never saw.
Yeah, that one there is, that one gives a good breakdown. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's not, what's done is done. They're here now. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter they, accept to be hybrids or say that they are or say they were created or whatever. Nothing's not changing that. That's what that is. It's how we dealing with them now. Right? And not, not just like we say, not every European is your enemy and not every Moor is your friend. So don't get it twisted that there's a race war brewing and stuff like that, because there's some Europeans that's down to go down with the dark-skinned people.
Oh yeah, of course.
They're down.
It had some type of infiltration from the inside to even begin with. So people are just like us and are more against us than people who don't look like us.
Exactly. And when you look at it from that perspective, you don't get into the hybrids and whatever, because that's ancient. That's done. That's been they're evolved. Look at what they're doing right now. You know what I mean? These aren't some hybrid cavemen or whatever came from monkeys no more. You know what I mean? They're not as advanced as we can get, but they're more advanced than from when they were created. You know what I mean? They're not grunting and shit no more and all that. They're talking about their Illuminati and they rule the planet and cloning and doing all this stuff. Even though all that stuff is our stuff. You know what I mean? They just have possession of it. Even though it's our stuff, they got possession of it now. So.
And I never looked at it like that. It's all love, like regardless of how you look like. It's really about respect and principle. Like, all right, we're gonna get along with this. Guidelines and rules we both got to follow on this thing. Yeah. Like you said, when we get back in the power, it's not gonna be like to subjugate other people. It's just gonna be to put things back in order. Once we
follow the principles.
Yeah.
There should be no issues with anybody. You know what I mean? And that's what it comes down to. People don't want to follow the principles.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I appreciate that. My next question, it's a reference to, exhalation and straw man. Now, I've been doing this for a while, like, it's freaking, like, I got a stamp now, right? Saying, like, we should get a stamp, like, instead of just writing out and the stamp, all rights reserved, it's like, anything I sign, like, I just stamp this until as much as I can. I like using this starts a conversation of people looking like, why are you
doing that? Straight.
So basically, with this situation, it's like, I was telling you about the job that I had and I did an X-Rail, all rights reserved, whatever, and it was all good. Like, I was working for about 3 or 4 months, seeking a job, and they laid me off, but it's like, okay, my manager gave me a piece of paper. He was like, all right, here you go, man. If you want to get unemployment, go ahead. We're not firing you. We just have to let you go for it now because it's slowing down. I'm like, all right, cool. I never got unemployment. So I took it down to the office. I didn't put in that. I did stuff online, first of all. They make you do it. You can't reserve your rights on your computer, but I did on paper. So I put down that I was not a U.S. citizen. What else? I didn't put black, Negro, color, but they didn't have other as an option. So I had to put, the closest thing that I could put down was Native American, which I said I'm not even mad once I did my rig. And
did they have white on there?
Yeah, you know they did have white. Yeah. Yeah. I don't even think like that should have did that. But yeah, I put Native American. I don't even think like that at the time. But yeah, I signed the paper they gave me, because it's not official until they hand you a piece of paper, right? But you still got to put that, not my signature, but you got to put the signature on there. With all rights reserved. And she was like, well, okay, basically you got to say you're a U.S. citizen. If you're not a U.S. citizen, you have to have an alien number. Well, I was like, well, I'm not a U.S. citizen. The straw man is a U.S. citizen, but in place of that alien number is where that social security number goes in that, because basically that's all the social security number is, really is an alien number, because it's not actually associated with flesh and blood man. So it's been like a lot of back and forth basically on that issue, because I had to write grids and this, and I can't get my unemployment benefits just because I'm not saying that I'm a U.S. citizen, and because what else? And I haven't showed authorization to work with UIS. Now I went to the appeals and I just hit them up with all, like, we had a hearing. I hit them up with all these different constitutional laws, and so now I'm like, okay, it says clear statement in the Declaration of Human Rights that everyone is authorized to work and have the right to work. I don't have to have authorization from a corporation to say it's like, how was I able to apply for unemployment benefits if I wasn't working? So that alone lets you know right there, I'm authorized.
Right.
So, you know what I'm saying? They know what I was saying, but they still just keep resisting not giving me my unemployment benefits. Like, at this point in time, they owe me about $1,200 because I haven't been paid the past 2 months since I've been unemployed through their system. Like, I still been doing my own thing on the side, but through their system, I've been unemployed. So it's like, they're denying me my unemployment benefits based on the fact that I'm not going to say I'm a U.S. citizen, and I have to prove with them that I'm authorized to work. But my question is, how do you reference the straw man, X-Rail, and the natural person? Do you say that, for example, I'm Billy Bob? No, I'm the natural person, Billy Bob, but I'm not the straw man, Billy Bob. I represent Billy Bob and the natural person, X-Rail, or do I do it in my free national name, saying like I'm Muhammad L. I'm Muhammad L. the appropriate persona, representing Billy Bob and X-Rail, and I'm the natural person, Billy Bob. You know what I'm saying?
Right. The way that you would put it on paper is the free national name, X-relation, the straw man name.
Yes, that's exactly how I did. They still going back and forth with me. Like, I got another appeals day coming up. I got filed the appeal saying that I'm in an objection to them not giving me my unemployment benefits because I did the free national name. Yeah. I gave them the straw man. I told them I'm the straw man.
See now, where the problem comes in is, what name were you working under?
The straw man label was X-Rail. Right. All rights reserved.
Yeah, but now if you like on the application, right? When you apply for the job, right? If you use the straw man name, right?
Yeah.
On the application to get the job, and you reserve your rights as X-relation, right? Without putting a free national name in as applying as, right?
Oh, yeah, I never put a free national name.
Right. So that's where the conflict's coming in, because they're looking for that straw, which is a U.S. citizen that applied for the job. They're not looking for L to give L any employment benefits, because L didn't apply for the job. The straw man applied for the job.
But it was the natural person though, because again, that's what I'm saying. When I put down
No. When you're the natural person is the free national.
Oh, you can't be the natural person in straw.
No, not like that. No.
Oh.
Because because the straw name is the corporate entity that they're using, right? The natural person is not the corporate entity, but because the name is a European name, that's not you, right? Like a European could do that, what you're talking about, because they are the natural person to that straw. Right? So John Doe, written capitalized, is the natural person, and John Doe in all caps is the straw. He can do that, but we can't do that because we're not Does. We're not DOE. We're L's and Bays. So our position would be L Bay X relation the straw man.
Okay. And I thought we weren't supposed to, like with the free national name, I thought we were supposed to do that. Like the whole point of having a free national name, so our free national name won't get tied up in their system where they can still be able to keep tabs and tracks. So I was like, okay, if I put all rights reserved in X rail, that way I can still see those benefits. Like when I got the job or whatever, I put down the strongman name, but I did the all rights reserved, and I'm thinking, okay, this is the strongman, so on and so forth, and I am the natural person. So
right. So you're doing that so that let's say they say straw owes money because it took you too long to collect your employment benefits, so now you owe it, right? Let's just say, for example, right, that the penalty for you not claiming the unemployment insurance or benefits or whatever, right? The penalty for that is that you now owe what they were going to give you, right? Let's say that's the penalty, right? For you going through this process that you're going through right now, and they send you a letter tomorrow saying, you know what, your unemployment benefits check that we have sitting here, we're gonna cancel that, and now you owe us money because we've been holding your check for too long because you're going through this process or whatever, right?
Yeah.
That's why you reserve your rights, to protect yourself for when they come at you.
Or some crazy stuff like that.
If they try to do something crazy, right? But if you want the unemployment benefits, right? If you signed up for the job as the straw, then that's the only way they're going to give you the benefits. They can only give the benefits to that entity that signed up. They can't give the benefits to an entity in another name or another appellation or another title. It has to be who signed up.
Yeah, because I never put down my free national name on the application. I thought we weren't supposed. I thought free national was only if we want to do our own private business. It's like, okay, this is what we're going to do it through, so they won't be able to say they want to try to tax us and try to put us back into the system, because it's like if we're giving them our free national name, it's like they can keep tabs on us again. Like we're back to the same position of having a
not necessarily, because the free national name isn't something that they have any jurisdiction over. That's why they can't tax it. That's why they can't toll property. That's why they can't whatever, because that name has nothing to do with them. The straw name has to do with them. So, but this is why rights get reserved, to protect them for when these people do something crazy, right? But being that we're under occupation and we're forced under threat, duress, coercion, and out of private necessity to use that straw name to work, to do whatever else that we do in a corporate capacity, right? You reserve your rights so that you can fight stuff that they're doing. If they tax, you can fight it in your free national name. That's why you reserve the right. Right? All rights reserved, because if I don't reserve my rights, you're going to assume that I don't have any rights. And then you'll rate me through taxes or through, letting me go after 2 months and then tell me go get employment insurance and whatever like that. You know what I mean? For me personally, when I've gotten employment insurance, I did it under the straw and reserved my rights.
But you still a citizen, because at this point now I see where I messed up with say, because it's like I was claiming two natural persons. I was saying on paper when I did the application, it was the straw man versus the what's that? Oh yeah, free national. Right. I mean, not straw, but free national name. I was claiming that as the natural person as well. Because when I said my original, I had free national name on there. And I said X relation to the straw, but then after so much of them just kept refusing it, I was going like, hey, I'm putting on free national corporate personas and jurors. You know what I'm saying? I'm claiming this not claiming it, but I'm doing it in X-Rail. Yeah. Then when I said that I'm the natural person of the straw, then it's like I made a little progress, because now it's like they were at least giving me certain information for me, because it was like
because they can deal with you now, because you're using the name that they recognize.
But I was saying the natural person. I kept saying all rights reserved, natural person.
Right. Yeah. Right. But you can't. Technically, that's error. Because you can't be the natural person of the straw.
Oh, okay.
You could only be the free national. Okay. The European could be the natural person of the straw. Like when they say, Carl of the Johnson family. Right. That's the natural person versus the all caps Carl Johnson that the IRS is coming after.
Yeah.
Right? So with with your situation, if that amount of funds is owed to the straw, then you be the straw but reserve your rights.
Even put it down that that I am a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, but that's not you.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a straw. Yeah, but the fact that you reserve your rights shows that you're not the straw. To people who know what's up, right? The fact that you put all rights reserved down before you sign, right, lets them know that you must be some different level of citizen. You're not 14th Amendment. Just for the simple fact that you're reserving your rights. You know what I mean?
So it's not too late in that context, even though I claim two natural persons or whatever. Because
you painted them in a corner. Because they've dealt with you. They've dealt with you. Yeah, they've dealt with you as a national. They've dealt with you as a natural person. They've dealt with you as a corporate person. Right? They've dealt with you as an employee. They've dealt with you on all these jurisdictions, right? But if they give it to you, then you can talk that, look, they gave me right, they gave me the benefit under doing it as a natural person. If they give it to you, you could say they gave it to me under the jurisdiction of a national. I got the employment benefit. So they'll pretend to fight you. But it's not really a fight, because they lose, because they already have an amount that you're supposed to get. But because it's not gold, it's not silver, it's not anything tangible, it's just fiat, and it's federal debt notes, and you have an XREL relationship to that thing based on information that you have related to that all caps name. You can say that you're the all caps name out of private necessity, but you better reserve your rights on that contract.
But here's the thing, what if they try to trip me up, because they've done this thing where, like you said, I've done it in every step up to this point as possible. I've done it on, I did it through the free national name. I did it through, which makes sense now because again, I didn't put that free national on the application. I see that now.
Yeah, but the fact that you did it,
later on,
they know now.
Like, that's how I addressed them. I'm like, why haven't y'all given my unemployment? Here's my red free national, so on and so forth. I'm in X-rail to the straw man. I'm breaking down different constitutional laws saying that, you know, why they can't take those benefits from me because they saying I have claimed to be a United citizen and I'm not authorized to work, which I prove both of them wrong because I'm like, first of all, UIS is a corporation. You can't be a citizen of a corporation.
Right.
To even force me to say that would be fraud within itself. And I was telling them about the whole authorized to work thing. I was like articles upon articles saying that I'm authorized to work in that jurisdiction because they're a corporation on the land and they have an obligation to us first.
Right, but the issue is that you didn't apply as your free national name.
Exactly.
So because you didn't apply as your free national name, any argument that you bring up is kind of mute.
Yeah.
But the fact that you reserved your rights though,
at all times,
let's you have a position of being able to talk on behalf of the straw. But you can't get any benefits, right? In your free national name that goes to that straw. Especially if you signed up, especially if you didn't sign up as your free national name. Now, if you signed up as your free national name, right, and they're saying they're paying taxes to this straw, then you have that contract that you signed up in your free national name to prove that, well, you guys let me work in the free national name, so why can't you release the funds?
Okay, that makes a world of sense now. But I just didn't, at the time, I had a understanding as far as when I should use my free national name.
Well, I mean, it's based on circumstance. Like for example, with my phone bill, I use my free national name, right? But I'm using my free national name not because we get out of taxes and whatever, but when I call somebody, I want that name to show up on the call display.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Right? Especially if I call the court or if I call, places that we're engaging out here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I want them to affiliate this number with this name. That's why I have that in my free national name. You know what I mean? But, if living situations, right? Living situations or a job, I go as the straw.
Oh, so you don't even do the free national on the application either, right? But
No, I reserve my rights. I make sure I reserve my rights. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so I don't think
because if I go, we're under occupation. So if I go as a free national to get certain things, they ain't giving it because they don't have no obligation to give it. Because if I'm a free national, then I'm supposed to have my own industry and all this stuff already.
Yeah, that's they're gonna look at. I feel like, well,
why are you coming to us for a job if you're a national?
I was just about to say that. Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's a conflict. Because you're supposed to have your own if you're a national.
But we on the occupation, so how did you giving them a history lesson? You just trying to get a job at like a little store or something like that. They ain't gonna want to yell that right off the back. So just to kind of at least get your foot in the door for the time being, you still gotta have some sort of income, so you as you're growing in knowledge.
Right. And I mean, some people rather fight.
Yeah.
Some people rather go out there and lose 10 jobs or whatever, to get one in their free national name. Yeah. Which is all right too. Like, I ain't knocking it. You know what I'm saying? But I know that we're under occupation. You know what I mean? I know that we can't do things that we should be able to do freely. You know what I'm saying? I know that. I know they're gonna fight people. You know what I mean? I've when we had that situation out here, and then we're in the news and all that. The Monday, they called me in the office and gave me my papers, paid me out, everything. And I was at that place for like 5 years.
What was that now? You said the incident.
When we were in the news out here.
I didn't see that. I probably didn't see that video yet because I haven't gotten that far.
Yeah,
like,
just check what's it called again?
Yeah, y'all was news, man.
Yo, crazy. What's it called again? War Against Nationality. There's a YouTube video that Canaanland Moors has called War Against Nationality.
Yeah, I saw when they uploaded. I didn't want to go out of work.
Yeah. And that's talking about the situation with a sister who got her children taken and stuff out here, and that was part of the temple. Yeah.
Kidnapped. Dang.
Right. So after the whole, going to the court sessions and news, because court was on the weekend for her. Right. The shit made national news. And everybody who knows me seen that. Because it was on news, it was in the paper, it was big, right? It was super big.
Man, so they helping, they doing more help than anything else.
Exactly, by even just putting it out there. News stations were doing segments on Noble Drew Ali and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Definitely.
The Moor Science Temple and all that, right?
Yeah.
So, that was the weekend. On that Monday, office called me in. The Monday, right? Because on the news I'm saying I'm Kudjo Adwell. I'm not talking about no straw man.
Right? So they was trying to get you to talk on your straw man on camera?
No, well, not necessarily. I just wasn't talking under that name.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Because that's national TV. Like, this is a proclamation right here that I'm making. How I'm looking at it like, damn, if I say my free national name right now, that's public record.
Yeah.
But this is the news.
Bro, really
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna say Kudjo or whatever. So I said Kudjo, and that was on the paper or whatever, but with the face that people know as the straw.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, and it was crazy too, because maybe about 6 months or so before this whole thing went down, right? There was somebody in the building that was one of the higher ups, right? That I used to always see on the elevator, and he had the Masonic ring, right? And I used to be like, yo, this, it's actually something real, you know what I mean? Like, people actually have these things, but I didn't have any knowledge, so I didn't talk to him about it or nothing like that, you know what I mean? But it's something that I recognize that, okay, it's a real thing, you know what I mean? And this guy is a head up in here, and it wasn't, we had a little minor conversation on the elevator or whatever, just because I know him, he knew me, we worked in the same building, you know what I'm saying? So when that went down, and they called me in the office, and they were same thing like what they told you, well, it's slow right now, and we don't really need your services anymore, or whatever like that, but they didn't do unemployment insurance with me. They paid me out. They were like, they had the check done up and everything already.
Oh, so your job just gave you straight up check. They didn't say go down.
Because I was there for a time. I wasn't just somebody just started working there. Yeah, like I was there. You know what I mean? I was working for them. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So they just paid me out. They just gave me a payout. You know what I mean? Reasonable. It could have been better, but for because remember, like, all this is just coming into this knowledge. All this is going on, just coming into this knowledge. So, like, half the things that I know now, if I knew back then, it would have been a different situation.
As far as you can
as far as them paying out, you know what I mean? The only thing I did was reserve my rights on the contract. But there was way more that I could have probably got financially, fiat financially, because of the work that I did there, the time that I put in. Like, they got away with a few thousand, Yeah, like a few thousand, above 5.
A lot of energy.
They got away with.
So I knew they was happy just write a little check.
Yeah, let's just get him out of here ASAP. Just give him a check, and he'll probably take it, which I did because what I mean. Why not? You're gonna give me this, and like, all right, cool, whatever, And it was an Asiatic boss and a European boss, right? And in the meeting, the European boss did all the talking, and the Asiatic boss just had his head down the whole time. The whole time, like shook my hand with his head down when I came in the room. Shook my head.
I don't get it.
Huh?
Why you shake your hand?
Yeah, because he couldn't look at me in my eyes because he knew that they were doing something messed up.
Oh, I got you.
By letting me go. You know what I mean? And like it was one of those situations where in our department we were the black guys. You know what I'm saying? So we had a relationship outside of people knowing that we have a relationship. Just because we're the only black guys in our department, so we're gonna talk and build and we're gonna be tight. You know what I mean? And he's gonna tell me, he was in management. You know what I mean? He would tell me, that guy don't talk, that guy don't get that guy, do this, do that, you know what I mean? Like, he set me up. He set me up on the job, you know what I mean? Like to take me under his wing type of vibe. You know what I'm saying? Just because, it was 2 brothers, and before I came there, he was the only brother there for like 10 years in that department. Just him, right? So, I mean, I know that they're gonna fight if we say free national name and go get jobs or go get benefits or go get something, because them giving us that in our free national name means the end for them. You know what I'm saying? And they're not giving up that easy. So being that that's the situation, I just beat a straw and reserve my rights on every contract. And if they challenge me on something, I want to see the contract so I can show you that I reserve my rights on it, 1, and 2, now I can present my real identification to you since we're in controversy.
And would you really say that it's necessary to have a free national card per se? Because even when I read that on sites, it's like when I go to RB Base, like the card doesn't make your nationality, which I know that you have to just know in your heart that you are more so. But just for instances where they want to know, well, you're saying you're this free national person, and you have any type of card or anything like that, for that type of instance, would it be really necessary to even have a card, or would you still be able to?
In where we live at today, I would say have a card. You know what I mean? But that shouldn't take away from you having the knowledge as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the knowledge is imperative if you're gonna have the card. Don't have the card and not have the knowledge. But you can have the knowledge without the card and still do stuff. Right? It's like the spirit could live without the physical, but the physical ain't living without the spirit.
Yeah.
Right? So card is good, but if there's no spirit attached to that card, forget that card, because it ain't gonna work. You'll cause yourself more headaches having a card without the knowledge than having the knowledge without the card.
Yeah, because I see all the progress I've made, and I've never shown any type of once. So I know it's because it's not necessarily needed if you have the knowledge. Yeah. You know what I mean? If you have the knowledge like that, they don't care about you showing something to them. They'll take your word for it. Just like you say, experiences that you've had where, you probably left there like, damn, I didn't have to show a card or nothing. You guys just did it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You just did it on my word. All right. Well, yeah, and then when you get those type of reactions, that's the places that we should be going.
You know what I mean? That's where we should be doing our business, with those individuals. Forget the people who are fighting you. If they're fighting you, you know, don't do business with them. I don't care what they got to offer.
Save the energy, man.
Save the energy, because you know they're gonna vampire you. You know, just like what they're doing now, bring you to the court and have you do all these tribunal, whatever stuff like that. You know, you're going in there on a certain frequency, right? You're exuding a certain energy that they know that they're not gonna go with, but they'll bring you there just to suck you. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll bring you there just to vampire you.
Yeah.
You know, when you can just say, hey, I'm Straw, give me the contract, bam, sign, reserve your rights, and you know, reserve your rights on the most supreme level. You know, you got all rights reserved, UCC 1-103, UCC 1-207, brackets 308, without prejudice, under threat, duress, and coercion, private necessity. Like, just go nuts with it. You know, just go nuts with it, and then sign over that. You know, and then just get your 1200, and you know, go same thing. When you time to go cash, you know, you do your reserve your rights, and then you cash your stuff, and you go about your business. Because ultimately that's not you, but we're in a fiat system, and you need fiat to get through right now. So you can play around with, trying to discharge and do all this stuff. I mean, you're gonna discharge. Yeah, like you know, when you have knowledge of that, it'll work.
Yeah, I'm still like learning. Like,
if you heard something on a video and you're gonna try it, it ain't gonna work.
Yeah, see,
because it doesn't work like that. That's not what this is. This is about, do you have knowledge of what you're talking about?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, all debts are supposed to be discharged, but they're never gonna tell you how. You know, because that means end of everything for them. You know what I'm saying? Even though you paying with debt instruments is still discharging it technically.
It's a signature by itself, like you said. Yes.
Right? That's really what the discharge is.
Yeah.
You know, the fact that you're this quote unquote corporate entity that signed something that is allowing you to have these paper notes to give to somebody else as payment for debts is really discharging, because there's no exchange going on. You know what I mean? The problem is that, you know, they have us using our energy to get these debt things when there's a signature right there that anybody could use to just cancel whatever debt they got. Which is where the social and all that stuff comes in. You know what I mean? Tax exempt numbers and all this.
Which were really not tax obligatory.
Obligatory, right?
Yeah.
So tax shouldn't even be an issue with us. You know, because if you're engaging in commerce, which means you're buying property, you can't do that as a straw anyways, because slaves can't own property.
No property. Yeah. Shadow. Yeah.
Shadow can't own shadow. So, you know, you're when you purchase, you're going to purchase in your free national name, not the straw. Especially if it's real tangible, you know what I mean, things.
Automobile, house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You buy a juice or whatever, it don't matter. You know.
Yeah, like like that. Yeah.
You use a bank card to pay for that, which is in the name of the straw. That ain't no big deal.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But something lucrative.
Like 100 or something. You know,
Yeah.
like
Something lucrative. Put down that nationality. Buy it in that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So, alright, man. And I want to tell you, you know what? Okay, so basically, here's what it is. Like, I even went in when I had my hearing in person, which really wasn't in person. I made my special appearance, but it's like I was recording them, and they was recording me. She even made this big deal about me recording them, saying you can't do it. We gotta record for you. And I'm like, well, I didn't ask for that. If y'all are recording for my benefit, I'd rather just use my own recorder because I can't rely on something that y'all are using. Plus, y'all are public service, and this is my own protection.
Right.
So she went along with about a good 30 minutes, and then she made it seem like, hold on, wait a minute, let me check my computer. I got an email from somebody. Like, I feel like she was just doing it just to throw me off.
Yeah.
My supervisor said you can't do it. I'm like, well, is your supervisor your boss? She's like, yeah. Well, I told her, well, I'm her boss because, again, she's a corporation. I'm here as the appropriate persona, and she works with me as a corporation. So I'm telling you that I can report because it's for my protection. She's like, look, bottom line, if you're going to put the recorder off, then we're not going to proceed with this hearing and you're not going to get your benefits. So I had to think for a minute. I was like, all right, put it on the record. I'm putting away my recorder under coercion because they're telling me if I don't do A, B, and C, then, you know what I'm saying, D is going to happen. Right. So I put it away for it on the record, but I didn't say I was going to stop recording. I just said for it on the record, I would put my recorder away. Yeah. Put it in the hoodie pocket and it was still recording, so I got the whole thing going.
Right.
It's like if I go and just write down on paper, if I go up there today or whatever, next week, since I'm at the state now where it's like I'm not going to receive my benefits or I can do another appeal, should I just go and say, okay, you know what, I will check off that I'm a U.S. citizen and basically that the straw is in relation to me, but it's all rights reserved, and just go ahead and get my benefits and leave it at that? Or
personally, yeah. Because of the fight. You know what I'm saying? Right? Just because of the fight. Like what's the sense fighting if all you have to do is it's not like it's a situation where you're just saying you're the straw and
with nothing to back it up.
With nothing to back it up or not reserving your rights or whatever. You know what I mean? You tell them. Like, yo, yeah, I'm on, for the record, you know, I'm only doing this because of threat, duress, and coercion.
But I ain't even threat, duress, I just say
coercion. Yeah, whatever, you know what I mean? But just letting them know that you're doing it based on, not because...
By force.
Yeah, you're by force. Because you're compromised is why you're doing it. Which makes it, which technically makes what they're doing illegal.
Would it make me a fraud though if I was to say I'm a monk? Because I know how they can do it. Like even when I went, they're like saying you are like. So if I go up there and just check out you that citizen, I'm the straw man. They're gonna say, so you are the straw man, like so and so, whatever your name is, you're the straw. And I'm be like, yeah, all rights reserved though. And basically, you know, with the stamp and all that type of stuff. So if I say out of my mouth, doesn't that make me a party to the fraud? Even though I reserved all my rights, because I already said out of my mouth that I'm not that straw. Yeah,
well, you're not the straw. Even if you can't be the straw.
Yeah, that's what I explained. They just killed.
Yeah, but remember, like we're explaining in 2014.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They've been doing what they've been doing since 33. Right? So we can't expect too much. Right? Like they've been occupying for so long, comfortable. They're not just gonna leave the house because you came back home.
Yeah.
They're gonna try to prove to you that, you know what I mean, you're their late distant cousin from whatever, and you know what I mean, welcome to my house and shit. You know what I mean? And if they wanna play the game, you know, then hey, you play with them. But you know, you really know that it's your house. You really know that, you know, you're gonna have to maneuver in a way to get them out of the house. You know what I'm saying? You know, you're not gonna just, you know, throw all their stuff outside. You know what I'm saying? You allow them their dignity because they're lost. They don't have any they don't have a position.
Yeah, I was doing Asiatics too. I mean, it's not like necessarily, you know,
yeah.
we say hey. Like,
right. You know, I mean, you know, because we have to deal with things on common sense principles. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, we got for ourselves. not because of, you know, whatever's going on out there and how is this relative to, this has only to do with me right now. Right? Yeah, it's fiat notes, but that's my 1200 that I could use right now. So, you know, you pick your battles.
So, and even Fontes, you pretty much, I mean, he said you can take the route that you want, but really, honestly, like, because when he was telling me his story about how he helped his family members get it or whatever, and they didn't give no hassle whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? They just gave it to him. They didn't argue nothing, but it's like with me, you know what I'm saying? They giving me all the sass. He's like, you know what? You can't take the route, but you also can just go ahead and, if you really want to, just, if they give me a hard time, they just look down, you got that citizen. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, because
I just feel good about that though, because I feel like I was backtracking myself, and they may try to use it. Oh, you said.
No, but that's why you reserve your rights.
Yeah, and I did.
That's why you reserve your rights, just so if they try some stuff.
Yeah.
You can tell them produce the contract.
All right.
You know what I mean? Because we you know, it's getting harder. So we have to compromise, because it's only getting harder to take this stance. You know what I'm saying? You know, because their systems not only fall in here, but their systems that they built all around the world are falling too. So they're really in a compromised position right now. You know what I'm saying? They really have no way out, because they dug themselves in this deep hole.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go. I don't even want to spend too much time on that, but
yeah.
Appreciate that. Thanks for that advice with that. And last little comment. I'm gonna make a comment on this, not a question, but they even tried to use intimidation tactics. Like, I got a call like after I got the phone with them, because I was going back and forth with them for the longest. It's like I got a call from this woman, and it wasn't until the end of the conversation she was like, "Well, no, I just was calling because I wanted to make sure there was no fraud going on from the investigation through, and things. I want to make sure you wouldn't do any type of fraud." I'm like, well, if anything, the fraud would be on your part, because y'all trying to force me to say I'm a citizen of the corporation when I'm not a 14th Amendment anything, and you can't be a citizen of the corporation. And I just broke down this and that, and she's like, okay, well, yeah, I just wanted to make sure there's no fraud being committed, and just saying that you're this free national versus the straw and this. And they wouldn't even let me break down the definition of words. I'm like, well, I can break down the definition. Like, no, we didn't ask you, we don't want to hear that.
Because they're part of the recording.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought, because when I was like, and also the exhibit, I would like to bring in certain definitions. I'm going to break down with a straw. She cut me off so fast, man. She was like, no, if you do that, I'm going to end this. I don't want to hear that. Don't break down no definitions. It's understood. I was like, so you telling me I can't do it, or you saying that I don't have to do it? She was like, I would like it if you didn't do it. Definitions, because it's being recorded. And it's like, they can't say they ain't know what it means if I got it. But, yeah, that's it though, man. I'm going to handle it like that. And I just want to make sure that I won't be a party to that Friday.
No, I mean, that's the whole point of reserving your rights, so you're not party later.
All right. So
if they try something, you know, because that's how they do. They'll give you rope, and then, you know, they're hoping you hang yourself. You know, but your neck has to be in the noose when they pull.
I did everything I could with that. I'm just gonna go ahead and do like that. I guess I have a choice.
Yeah, you have a choice, but I mean, you know, the fight.
Just sucking energy, man. It's been 2 months, and I still haven't gotten my benefits.
Yeah. You know, I mean, you know, and they're getting their benefits by sucking you.
Exactly. I'm just
tired. Yeah.
I'm not giving up. I just know how to do it. All right. Thanks for that, man. And let me hit up my other story, but I'm about to wrap it up too, because I know I've just been on for a minute.
It's all good. Yeah, man.
My next question was. Oh yeah, which book was that Noble Drew Ali wrote about? You know, when I ordered that off RB Publications, I got the Holy Quran of the Moor Science Temple.
Yeah.
And it came like this nice little packet. I got like a bunch of pamphlets that came with it, talking about traveling, talking about civil, you know, all that stuff. The one I really wanted to get, I remember looking at one video when the guy was talking about if you got a driver's license, you can have a driver's license, but show them your national ID card. Not because of that. I wanted to get that particular book because he was talking about, in that book, he was saying, I was referencing that because I wanted you to be able to remember which video I was talking about, because he also was referencing Noble Draw Lee, saying that Noble Draw Lee even said in the last times that gun stores were going to run out of bullets and they were going to be melting down pans and pots just to make bullets or whatever.
Yeah.
What book was that Noble Draw Lee was referencing that stuff? But that's the one I really wanted to read.
That's the oral statements.
It's called the oral statements.
Yeah, Noble Draw Lee oral statements.
Yeah, okay, that's the one I wanted. That didn't come with that pamphlet that I ordered off of Harvey.
Yeah. So the things that are out there as far as Noble Draw Lee's literature is Circle 7 Quran.
Got that.
101 questionnaire.
Alright.
Secret Mysteries of the Silent Brotherhood.
Secret Mysteries. Our
Moorish literature. And oral statements.
Okay.
And then the oral statements are is just a compilation of statements made by Noble Draw Lee that Moors recorded.
Yeah, that's the one I wanted to read. Yeah. I found that real interesting. I was wanting to read more stuff like that, just him giving certain signs about the end times, about like how certain animals would be seen today that you wouldn't see normally.
Right.
I mean, hearing different parts of it.
Right.
So all I got was the Circle 7 Quran, so I'm gonna get that. I'm over there, so try to get it if I can. Alright. Next thing I wanted to ask you is, should we refer to ourselves as humans? Because I know in law, when you go on the court, you really should just say, you should always be in your right status, your corporate persona, flesh and blood man, and us jurors, and natural person, which is free national now that I know in that context. But when you say, people always say, oh, I'm a human being, I got rights, I'm a human being, this and that. But when you say human, really, in law, human means monster or beast in law.
Right.
So should we say flesh and blood man? Because I've heard humans being referred to in a couple of lectures where it's saying like, we're the human versus the straw man. Like, is it meant in the context of flesh and blood man, or is it literally meant as human, based on what the definition of human means?
Well, Noble Draw Lee said we're Moorish Americans, so that's what we should use.
Okay.
You know what I mean? When you start getting into flesh and blood beings and natural persons and
in addition to
these terms, right? A lot of those are adopted sovereignty terms that were brought in.
Yeah.
Right? From an understanding perspective, you can say natural person versus corporate person or whatever, but as far as yourself going out there and making a claim, you don't want to claim no natural persons or anything like that, because those still aren't nationalities. Those are just terms identifying free people. Right?
Yeah.
But it's not specific. It's not specific. Like even Aboriginal and Indigenous. That's just a term identifying, a people. But if you're making a claim, your claim better be tied to some type of national boundaries, national customs, national religion, way of dress, headwear, something relative to a nation.
Culture,
Culture, you know what I mean? It shouldn't be, I'm a human being, I have rights. Because human being ain't no nationality.
That's more of like the sovereign type movement.
Yeah.
They don't have to tie them back to the land, so they say, I'm a God, child of God.
Exactly. Right? And once they step one, they can go there because they're going against their own. So their own was what they're talking about. But, when we go there, they're going to assume that we're down with the sovereignty movement.
Yeah, and I always say more American.
You know what I mean? They're always going to be going down with this, they're gonna connect those terminologies to the sovereignty movement. You know, which we don't want to be affiliated with.
Exactly. I know that much. So I do say more American. In addition to that, I just try to make sure I put as many different other legal terms with it, so they thoroughly know that I'm not associated with them in any way, form, or fashion. So I say free national, natural person or American, public person, just all that stuff.
Right. Yeah. Well, once you're, once you're tying your free national name to those secondary terms, then you can use those secondary terms. You know, but if you're not attaching Moorish American, more American, to child of God, etc. Right? Then you're pretty much part of the sovereignty movement. How they're gonna look at it.
Okay, I ain't gonna deal like that.
Yeah. So you know what I mean?
Perfect. I got like a few number points and videos I want to ask you about. Let me see. All right, in Canaanland Moors, Sunday class, nationality is a mind frame. At the part when you were saying, basically you was naming how a lot of these people who were X was because they didn't have nationality. Or they just were coming into the information by nationality. They were about to go public. That's when they was X'd out, right? But it's true that, isn't it true that Noble Draw Lee, he been in his nationality. I mean, he's the one who brought it to us, but it's like they poisoned him to death, though, right? As a national, like who took the accountability for that as far as who assassinated him?
Oh, well, everybody's passing the buck. You know, because, you know, the conspiracy of his assassination has to deal with the Chicago police and Dirty Moors, who were working with him, who were, they were working together. You know, so who did it? I don't know, but I know it wasn't only one or the other. You know, like you ask Moors, they'll say, oh yeah, Chicago police beat him up. You know, you ask Moors, they say, oh no, he died of pneumonia. Well, which one is it? Because there's conflicting stories. You know what I mean? Yeah, okay, so if Chicago police beat him up, why is his death certificate say pneumonia? Or tuberculosis, or whatever, natural death, or whatever. If there's other stories floating around of how he died. You know, but what we could come to the realization of is that he didn't die from natural causes. We know that for sure.
Yeah, he's talking about.
You know for sure that he didn't die of natural causes. You know what I mean? That's factual.
All right. And I heard that he was poisoned, or I think one of the videos saying that he was at a dinner party and he was poisoned.
Right, that's stuff that's in the oral literature.
Oh, okay.
In the oral statements that he pushed poison aside in his food.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
That way you can't trace one individual person.
Right, because there's many instances of him, people coming at him trying to take him out. But majority of the people who tried were on our side.
Now the story where somebody ran up to him with a knife or something, he didn't even run. It was like, something had to stop in his tracks.
Yeah.
Alright, that's good. I got that. I probably got like 4 more, man. That's it.
No problem, man. Because remember, if somebody's taking a position of going against the prophet, right? Then they have a low vibratory spirit that's in control of them. Right? That's why in that statement, when the guy came at him with the knife, you know, it says that Noble Drew Ali casted out the spirit from him. And then the guy became meek as a lamb and started crying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because if somebody's gonna go to that level, they're not, you know, high level beings.
Lower vibration.
Lower vibration.
Beings, you know.
You know, lower being manifested in a physical form.
It's spiritual before anything else. So
right.
Spirit, you know. Okay. Just kind of going back some of my notes I got here.
Yeah, that's all good.
Yeah. I had another thing here with the Noble Drew Ali, but you answered that earlier about the whole free national name, where he said, don't throw away that straw man and use that to. I was just going to ask, what did he use through that straw man versus his free national name? But you pretty much answer that. Okay, here there's one right here. Alright, the video was called Canaanland Moors Friday Class, Banks, Strawman, etc.
Yeah.
At like 51 minutes and 18 seconds, the question that I had was, so by a safe, they put that safe inside a bank account in your free national name. And I think that was in reference to, I guess, actually having real money, I guess, gold and silver. If you start to get gold and silver. Would you buy a safe, then put that safe inside a bank account through your free national name, so they can't touch it?
Well, I mean, you know, if it's their bank account, they could touch it.
Even if it's in a safe.
Yeah, because you know, I mean, like just look at it from the perspective of fraud, right? If these people been fraudulent for all these years, right? You know, like, who's to say they can't turn off the camera, have an extra key, go inside your stuff, play around with your whatever it is that you put in there, you know what I mean? They close it back, turn the camera on when they're done doing whatever they do, and pretend like nothing happened. It's their stuff. It's not like you have a camera in your safe to see if something happens. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's not like that's our bank.
They're never legitimate to begin with.
Say it again?
I said because they're never legitimate to even begin with, for them to be trustworthy in the first place.
Exactly. So if you're gonna go put your hard-earned gold or silver in their clutches, you knowing that, you know, you have the traffic and bankruptcy speech that they have a fetish for gold and stuff. You know what I mean? And taking people's gold and creating fake bank holidays to go in people's bank accounts and Cyprus and all this type of stuff. I mean, you know, it's up to that individual then, if they wanna give them something. You know, but don't get mad if they take your stuff, even in your free national name, because you went into their jurisdiction to put your fiat there when you could just buy a safe, put it in the wall like every other intelligent person does.
But it's like the whole thing of them being the trustees, like we can't even, at least to a certain level, trust them not to touch that. How can we trust them to be the trustees? Or, you know how you appoint them to the bank, certain ones as trustees. How can you even trust them in that context?
Well, I mean, because they're appointed, right? And only the free nationals can appoint them as trustees.
But how can you trust them that they do their job right? Just like you trust them enough to be a free national name, the same way you appointed your own gold and silver in that particular account to be safe. And you can't trust them, but that's their obligation. Okay.
Whether you can trust them or not. You know what I mean? Just like you know, President told Noble Drew Ali, I'll back you if you want to come and teach black people in America about Islam, Yeah, I'll back you, but if I got my churches and my schools open, you don't have a chance with these people.
Wait, say that last part again?
If he had churches and schools, right, open,
Yeah.
that our people were going to, that Noble Drew Ali didn't have a chance in freeing them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? So he did, he knew he couldn't trust him, but he knew what his obligation was. And he told him, it's your obligation. I'm obligated to assist you in freeing these people. But I don't think you have a chance because I got churches and schools open that they go to. And this is the president talking.
Yeah.
Not some secretary of state or something. You know what I mean? President's telling him, yo, yeah, I'll back you. So it's not a sense of are they going to be trustworthy or whatever. Moors have to hold them to their obligation. But again, it's pick your battles because in certain situations they're not going by no obligation that they have. They've been compromised out of that obligatory position by us not being ourselves for so long. So they're not comfortable dealing with corporate people.
Okay. Alright. Thanks for that. And very last question, man. We just wrap it up. It's starting to stretch out.
Yeah.
How can a Moor successfully file a claim without it being committed as a fraud? Say they violate their right, and appropriate son with a free national name, like say officer, with my window or officer arrested me, kidnapped me unlawfully, and it's like, okay, now that I'm released from this kidnap, I'm about to file a claim against y'all, and I win the claim, but it's like, if I'm doing it in my free national name, I can't get federal notice because that's fraud within itself. It's like I'm accepting something that's not gold and silver, but I hear people who, I've heard stories and I've also read up on different articles where people actually successfully did this, they still got they got the federal notice, but it wasn't considered to be fraud in that sense because it's like, of course you're going to file a claim against them and hold them accountable and you'll win, but it's like, what do you win? Is it just, I know you win the energy back that they took from you, but it's like, are you actually getting federal notice in that win, opposed to them just leaving you alone? Because I know they'll leave you alone after that first claim.
Right.
And it's like, all right, we just leave this guy alone because he knows.
Right. Like that would be the win for me, not the fiat notes.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that's the win. Yeah,
that's what you're because a suit, the definition of suit is to reclaim a right, not get fiat.
Is that suit? The definition of suit is
the definition of lawsuit is to reclaim a right that was abridged or stolen.
All right.
Right?
That's more so the tort. The tort is to reclaim a right as well.
Right. The tort is what's done.
Oh, okay. Thinking that anonymous. Right.
Right.
So
if you file suit and you get the right back that you were suing for in the first place, right? Then it's for that individual to talk about that and show the process so people could start suing and getting wins.
But can you win without getting federal notice? Will it be like, okay, you won?
No, that's up to you because you're the one that's stating what you want back in the suit. Okay. It's not determined on what they say. It's determined on does your case substantiate them giving up whatever you're requesting to get.
Oh, so you can specify. You don't even got to be federal notice. You can be like, really, if I win this suit or this file, I claim this claim I filed against y'all, if I win this suit, what I want, I can specify and be like, I just really want an apology, and I want y'all to leave me alone. That's going to be clause good. It's like,
if that's all you want, you know what I mean? Yeah. Not all you want in the sense that that's nothing, you know, but if that's what you want, then yeah. But remember that if that's what you're, you know, who are you suing? Are you talking about, you know, suing the whole corporation, or are you talking about this entity that's been bothering you, or this individual that's been bothering you? You know what I'm saying? Because
more realistically,
you know,
yeah.
You
I
know,
would say that people, the individuals, because I be seeing stuff online with, like, I always study other people as well. Like, I see people always talking like, yeah, they got a case open, man, and like this case is done, they're gonna have to pay me 100. Like right now it's at $1 billion on it. I'm like, realistically, man, you know, like I know you're right, but honestly, like, do you really expect for that?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm ready for them just
bro.
to not mess with me,
You know?
and let me continue to get my own stuff the way I do. Because I can take care of myself without them being a part of my lives.
Right.
Always stressing me and stuff, you know?
You know what I mean? And you know, like them, you know, you making that claim should be broken down that, you know, specifically. So, you know, when I say leave me alone, I don't mean just this individual right here that's bothering me. I mean everybody who they work for.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know, right? But you know, that's where, you know, the nationality declaration, for example, that's what that's for. You know, for them to know that they're obligated to leave you alone. It's not. You don't have to sue for that. Do you know what I mean?
You shouldn't have to.
They should just leave you alone when you nationalize. Why are they bothering you? It should be that simple. You know, you get stopped, pulled over, attacked, whatever. You show your stuff. Oh, you're not okay, man. They leave you alone. That's what it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? But it's not. But again, it's not like that because of our own. Because the Moors not teaching people. Moors not telling people really what's up. They're playing games with people's birthright, selling packages and stuff like that. And the amount of time that they're taking to try to convince somebody to buy this package, they could have taught them the law and had them out there being active instead of you know, under their you know what I mean? You know, like I gotta wait for this guy to go file some papers or whatever like that I could find for myself. You know what I mean? And he's taking 4 years to go file some papers. You know?
Yeah.
Or even if you go or if he goes files it, he's gonna come back and tell you that, you know, there's 30 other papers that you gotta file. No.
Just keep pushing it back.
Just keep buying time. And they're charging you for all those stuff that you gotta go file.
It's energy,
it's not
losing
free.
time, life, valuable time.
It's not free.
But yeah, that's it, man. I just want to know about that because my whole thing was when I do file a claim against them, even if I don't get federal notice back, which isn't even a big deal with me, my biggest thing would be, okay, like for example, right to travel, right? I filed a claim, which I hadn't come across it yet because I'm still kind of mapping out my my plan as far as how I want to go about doing that because I've been studying that for a long time, for 3 years to change about like once I get out there and actually put this into practice because I won this little I won the quote unquote traffic court situation I had where I was telling you about how they just suspended the license, which the next step I was going to do anyway was terminate that contract that I had with that, but they couldn't arrest me. I didn't get any type of fees. I didn't pay none of that type of stuff. Like it's like I'm kind of mapping out how I want to go back out there. But let's say I'm traveling, I get pulled over, and they kidnap me, take the automobile and all that type of stuff. My next move would be to file a claim, real discovery, you know, so on and so forth. And I win that. Let's say I just win. And it's like, okay, you won. We have to pay you like X amount of federal notes because you violated your right. It's the tort that's associated with that. And in addition to that, we're going to leave you alone. But it's like, we can't give you this X amount because if you're saying from civil is the standard, then you will be committed, you will be a part of that fraud. So it's like, okay, that's fine, I don't even care about that. But you still have to uphold this part of the claim that I filed saying that y'all gotta leave me alone. Because really I shouldn't have to file a suit for that, for them to leave me alone. They should just leave me alone because I'm national.
Right.
you have to at least uphold that part without it being considered a fraud if I don't accept those federal notes. Because it's like I won the case and they can't continue to harass me over and over again because I'm traveling. No?
Yeah, well, but remember too that it wasn't a case because it didn't go down in Supreme Court.
Yeah,
it's like when we were talking about with the paying stuff versus discharging. You know what I mean? It's like it wasn't really a case, really.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like they even the fact that they bring people to court or whatever, right? You're not really being brought to court. That's why they can just throw stuff out. That's why they can dismiss stuff because it's not really lawful. It's just a tribunal. It's just an administration hearing. You know that if you have knowledge of what it is, then they'll deal with it accordingly or how it's supposed to get dealt with, which is throw it out because this guy knows something. But that next guy who doesn't know anything will rape him and get back. We'll go double on him to get back what we lost from you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's the game that they're playing. You know, and it's not necessary. It's like the claim, like when we say claim, right? If somebody hires an attorney, right? The attorney, the paperwork that the attorney is filing is a claim. You know what I mean? And based on whoever has the superior claim wins.
Okay. Man, you know what, man? I apologize. I know I said that was going to be the last thing, but this...
No, it's all good, yo. It's all good.
Yeah, like when you said that, something else came to my mind. I went back to... I remember when it was Taj and Nature. They was on the Skype, right?
Yeah.
I had took notes on that particular video. The name of that video was called Canaanland Moors Friday Class Explanation Martial Law Treaties, etc. And thanks for answering that too. Just the last question about filing suit.
What
I was trying to ask you was there was a section in that video where basically Nature was reading down a list of he was reading from something, but it was certain points, certain facts that he was reading. I wasn't sure it was facts based on what they were saying or if it was factual based on what was the truth. Like for example, it says, forgive me, man, I just said the page.
So
Man, forgive me for that. I just had the page, man. You know what? I might go off the top of my head and just try to remember what it was. I was just looking at it, but anyway, it was saying like that the only. All right, here's one that I remember off the top of my head. The only true court is the Supreme Court, which I know that, but it says specifically in Pennsylvania. And I want to know, is that true? Is that the only true Supreme Court?
I mean, from a foundation of judicial powers, yeah. But you have to remember that a lot of the activity of Philadelphia, for example, right, or Pennsylvania, is rich in Moorish history. You know what I'm saying? You know, there's a rich history in that so-called state of the Moors. You know, when they talk about signing of documents, you know, the foundation of law documents. That wasn't done in Washington, D.C. That wasn't done in the so-called capital. No, it's just like the list of things would come up if you punch up what's it called again? Hold on, let me see if I can find the website quick fast.
What?
Because there was these Europeans that put out, you know, maybe like I think 30 or 40 just statements about the history of the United States government, and there were all these things that they, you know, all these statements that they had written down, and the Moors had used it like as a reference point to show what the Europeans know out there. You know what I mean? That they're not really revealing. Hold on one second.
Yeah, I'm still listening. So, are you looking for that? I'm still looking for what I had looked on. Okay. Notes. So it was a reference point. Just show how much they know to that point.
Yeah.
So that book, so what nature was reading wasn't necessarily just the fact, like, just like for example, it was a part where he said that the Pope pretty much said something that stands, and I was kind of in question about that as well. Pretty much paraphrasing, they said something else specifically, but I want to know, was that, with me saying that brief paraphrase part of the video, do you remember a little bit of what was said with that? Because it was like, as he was going down the list, like, it was like, Tasha was saying, number one, the Supreme Court of the land is in Pennsylvania. Number two, the IRS doesn't issue out Social Security. It's really the IBM, International Bureau,
right.
Something. And you know what I'm saying? Like, were those facts based on, but I was asking, like, were all those facts based on actual facts, or was it facts based on what the European man said was factual from his jurisdiction or from his perspective?
Well, it's things that are actual facts that they know, not anything from their perspective. If you check that site that I just sent you,
okay,
that's it right there. And then there's the list of all the things that they were referencing.
Yes, this was it right here. That's what I was telling you about.
Yeah.
So I might let me kind of skim through this, because it was like certain ones, like all the ones he was naming, the ones that kind of had me confused. I had like a little star by it or whatever. But let me ask, going off of this list real quick. Oh, okay, yeah. Here's another I was going to ask you about. Number 10, according to GATT, you must have a social security number. But now that I read it like that, I answer my own question, because again, it's according to GATT,
right?
Not the actual, Constitution, or just us being national. So
right.
We don't have to have social security. Exactly. So that was another one I was in conflict.
And that's why, like out here, for example, they push hard. Don't give your social insurance number that they call it out here to anybody, not even an employer.
Don't give it to them.
Don't give it to them. They have little classes and stuff where they talk about the importance of keeping your social insurance number private.
Outside of the whole mortgage thing, this is
just in general.
So they don't tell it like it down here, like they pretty much say you give it pretty much anything and everything.
They tell you keep that stuff. They tell you don't be giving that out over the phone when people ask for it. Don't, you know what I mean? Just give it out to employers or credit card people, or, you know what I mean? Keep that very close to yourself and don't give it out like that. You know what I mean?
So that flip it down here.
Yep.
Oh yeah, and 15. That's what I was gonna ask you. But yeah, you answered that already. The most powerful court in America is not the United States Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania. That's what I was asking. But you already answered that. That's what I meant. That's what I meant by that.
Right. Yeah. So like this list right here is, you know, there is some things on here that are very relevant to us knowing, you know, with regard to us understanding the motive behind people stealing our birthright. You know what I mean? Not that they're just doing it just because they feel to do it, but you know, there's just in case I put this up, it's just Google 30 little known facts about America by Reverend Carl. Yeah, it's on they have a YouTube video with these same little statements. So it's called Little Known Facts About America.
Alright, yeah, so I Googled that. First thing came up with the YouTube video, so I can look at that.
Yeah. And then I guess they're just reading the list or whatever, you know. But it's just, yeah, man, it's just info that's out there that, you know, the people need to know if they're gonna claim something, you know, just like James Trafficant's speech, you know, the things in that, you know, that speech should be a study tool. You know what I mean? You know, going through that, looking through certain words and stuff that are said, you know, certain terms we might not have heard, because it's crazy.
Okay. So would number 24 be the fact as well? Because that was another one I wanted to ask you. It says the Pope's laws are obligatory on everyone. And when they say everyone, are they saying the Moors as well too, or like what jurisdiction are they speaking of?
What? Say that again.
Number 24, it says the Pope's laws are obligatory on everyone.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, you take it as the perspective of who's presenting it. You know,
see, that's yeah.
Because we're not obligated to nothing that the Pope does.
Okay, yeah.
Because the Pope isn't our vicar. You know what I mean? You know, he can pretend like he rules the world or whatever, but if somebody makes a claim, right, then his claim is void, depending on the jurisdiction.
That's what threw me off, because when I got to that point, I started to think, okay, now is this written from a factual Moor perspective, or is this written from the...
Yeah, well, Amor is not writing it, so it's definitely not from our perspective. None of these things are from our perspective.
That's all. Yeah, that's all.
But we can, you know, take some of it. You know what I'm saying? You know, we can use some of it, right, to show people.
Of course, they're not gonna say like everyone's under the Pope's, you know what I'm saying, Pope's laws itself, the Moors, and everybody be like, you know, more, you know, so I know that, but I just want to know how it was written. How should I interpret this when I'm going over this information? I got it now. I understand everything else in between now. Yeah. All right, man. That was it.
All right, Moore. Well, yo, just thanks, you know, for always, you know, reaching out.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the time
to study. Yeah.
I'm trying to deal with it for the longest, man. But
sure.
I ain't even exaggerating when I say I've been doing a lot, and there's a lot of stuff going on. Right. Most of my energy was taken from this unemployment thing, and I also been teaching others as well.
Right.
Get people out of certain situations with the whole traffic things, and so I'm more thorough with that. Right. So I tell from first-hand experience what I did, and also I refer them to the RV-based site, and tell them to check out Canaanland Moors and everything like that. So. You know, it's just real business. I'm glad we had this time.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was good, yo. It was good. Good thanks.
For
sure. You already know, fam.
Yeah, we'll do it.
We'll continue. We'll keep it moving. Yeah, for sure. 5 on the left, 2 on the right. Allah, the Father of the universe.
Allah, the Father of the universe.
Father of love.
Father of love.
Truth.
Peace.
Freedom. And justice. Allah is my protector.
Allah is my protector.
My guide.
Okay.
And my salvation. By night. And by day. Through His holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali.
Holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali.
Islam. Peace and love, boy. For sure. Islam.
Man. Alright, thanks again, man.
Yeah, yo. Anytime. You too, fam.